got it from DC. They didn't have it.
All right.
They were laughing about it.
Well,
I'm gonna put this in the fridge real quick.
okay, I have now 4 council members here to make a quorum.
Is that back door open? Because you need,
Yeah, for the special meeting. Oh.
this is a special call meeting.
Regular meeting. Regular meeting is a quorum of 3. Special meeting is a quorum of 4. That's fine.
We're waiting on the other two.
I'm waiting.
Well, we have
for-
one that says stepped out.
I'm waiting for at least one before we can call it to order.
Got it.
It's coming.
Live stream is on, so whatever you're talking about, they
Yeah,
can.
you guys do know that the camera's running, the recording's running. Yes. So, please, just rest easy, sir, until we call this meeting to order.
Is it on?
Yeah,
Green light on.
I turn it on when I'm supposed to be on time. I turn it on a little early so make it work.
All
Sometimes
right.
it glitches.
We are now, it is 9:03 a.m. I will call this special meeting to order, which is day 2 of our council retreat. But again, since we adjourned yesterday and we're starting it today, we'll do a roll call. Please.
Katie Martinez, District 1. Houston Marchman, District 2.
Bushmeyer, District 3.
Ownership, District 4.
Batters, Louise, District 5.
First Alexander Mayor. Again, because it is a new meeting day, citizens' comments, city council will hear comments from any citizen or visitor. People must address their comments to the presiding officer rather than individual council members or staff. You have to vote and speak clearly in the microphone. And state your name, residential address before speaking. Members will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes of testimony in accordance with the State Open Meetings Act. The city council is restricted from discussing or taking action on items not listed on the agenda. Action will be taken at a future meeting. Anyone like to make citizen comments? Second time, I'm going to say, anybody want to make citizen comments? Hearing none, let's move on. Item 4, presentation, discussion, and review of planning principles, review mission, vision, direction, confirm strategic priorities, review proposed goals and strategies, and define success measures. Kathy, I'm going to turn it over to you.
You got it. Okay. All right, we're gonna pick it up from where we left yesterday. We're gonna do a short little review, and I've also worked on the changes that we were proposing from yesterday. And yesterday, we looked at the survey findings, right? Carryover issues, emerging issues. We talked about governance expectations. We spent time looking at the planning principles and wanted to get it down to a smaller group of principles. I'll show you the revisions on what we worked on yesterday. We also looked at vision and vision statements and considered how to update them to more accurately, I think, sort of reflect on the mission of the city that's helping to manage Castroville, but also the vision statement, really describing an aspirational future. So I'm going to show you those refined statements for review. I know we said we wanted to look at them again, so that's what we'll do here today. Start off first in the morning, we can come back to them before we adjourn, and just make sure that we feel pretty confident about them before we move on. We also confirmed strategic priority areas, and today our job is to take those priority areas and then turn them into a framework for the strategic plan, and hopefully we will have some consensus on the goals, the strategies, success measures, and some implementation priorities. Okay? It's really, not to say that the plan is necessarily approved today, but we'll create the draft framework. I'll bring it back to you in a more refined document. You'll get a chance to take a look at that, make any additional changes, and then move to approval. So we're not working on approval today. All right, so the refined principles, you remember yesterday, we, both groups liked 3, right? We talked about governance through policy and leadership, wanted to add accountability, and felt that some of the other ones that we like honoring Castroville's heritage while guiding growth intentionally and think long term. Some of that would happen here, but also happen through here in terms of invest responsibly in infrastructure and community assets, and then financial sustainability and focusing on implementation and results we felt could be part of the first principle. So I reworked the statements underneath it, which really provides some meaning behind what we're talking about. So govern through policy, leadership, and accountability. So we've added the word accountability to that first principle. They're not necessarily in order. If you want to suggest order afterwards, we could do that. And like I said, because people naturally read left to right, top down. And so if there is a sense of order, we can talk about that. So the statement underneath that to describe what we mean by governing through policy, leadership, and accountability is provide strategic leadership, clear policy direction, and accountability to ensure decisions and actions align with the city's mission, vision, and goals. Invest responsibly in infrastructure and community assets. Steward, that was a word we talked about yesterday, stewardship, is also sort of being a protector and ensuring that those assets are going to be available for future generations. So chose the word steward here in this description sentence. Steward and invest responsibly in infrastructure and community assets to support sustainable growth, quality of life, and Castroville's unique character and heritage. So again, we're trying to bring in another principle that we liked. And then the third one, build public trust through communication and engagement. Statement now reads, foster trust through transparent communication, meaningful engagement, and collaboration among city leadership, staff, residents, and stakeholders. Part of what you guys talked about yesterday too was the accountability had to do with both city leadership but also city staff. And that the communication needed to be both internal and external. So as you look at the 3 planning principles that you like, you want fewer but meaningful principles, and how the statements now read to sort of reflect some of the intention in the other principles. How do you feel about these as they're written?
I think they're very enduring. They're very enduring,
Yeah.
long lasting. And these principles can be applied whether you're talking about planning efforts, a certain project, things of that nature. So it's a very umbrella framework for principles.
Good guiding principle.
Right.
Can be applied to all levels.
Yeah, and I think we wanted to take the 10 and distill them into 3, as you guys were sharing examples yesterday, like with the military and other experiences that you have, that fewer is better, but also making sure that everyone understands what those mean, right? Because you don't want to have this 10-point checklist and have to look at. And hopefully these are principles that you, city council and leadership will use as they make decisions, as they look at results, as they're dealing, with different community aspects, that they're always going to keep these principles in mind to make sure that they're acting to align with those principles as they were intended to be. Sound good? Okay. All right. So yesterday we also looked at current mission and current vision statements, had some different discussions. These were the proposed revisions, and I know you said you wanted to come back to them today. So do I need to read these for the sake of the video, the current mission, vision?
Yeah.
We're fine?
It might be helpful.
Okay, so current mission statement that was in place says preserve Castroville's rich culture, historic architecture, local resources, and natural environment through carefully guided growth, so friends and family at all stages of life can enjoy our community, steeped in a pioneering spirit and camaraderie. Revised vision of the city of Castroville, because again, the mission is for the city. City of Castroville provides leadership services and stewardship that preserve community character, manage growth, and enhance quality of life for residents, businesses, and visitors.
I like that.
It's a little more succinct. Like you said, not necessarily being the story,
Right.
but feeling more like there's a purpose.
Reduce fluff, gets to the point.
Right, and this is the job of the city. Current vision, a charming town, and again, we said current vision is an envisioned future. It's a desired state that we are not at currently, but it's what we hope to achieve through the mission. A charming town steeped in a rich history of brave, innovative pioneers and blessed with an architecture inspired by European roots, but unique to Castroville. It is a jewel of the San Antonio area, the gateway to Medina County, and the best place to live, work, and play. That's the current vision. And the revised vision that's being recommended, Castroville is a friendly, resilient, and vibrant community that balances growth with stewardship, invests in its people and infrastructure, and preserves the qualities that make it uniquely Castroville.
I like it. What do you think?
Well, because I know yesterday we were trying to wriggle around some of those adjectives. I almost feel like there's too many adjectives.
Okay.
Like this is just an example, if we just say Castroville is a resilient community, that rest of the sentence explains how we are resilient.
Resilient and vibrant, or just resilient?
Just resilient,
So it kind of stands against time.
but that's just my.
So you're saying
There's
it
just
would
a
be-
lot of it, we're friendly, resilient, we're vibrant, we're all of these things, but
Honey adjectives, yeah.
Resilient, and then the rest is
A
okay, or?
community that balances growth with stewardship.
And I have a problem with that because you're still referencing, we had a talk yesterday as far as, now don't get me wrong, Castroville's primary place has always been in the Little Alsatian, Texas. And it's all about Alsatian roots and Alsatian heritage. That's great, we never forget that. But that doesn't necessarily have to be up front and foremost. It's included in everything. And I'm not trying to leave that out, but by not making that the primary there, it becomes more inclusive
It's part of its
everything.
heritage,
Absolutely,
but it's not the only
it's
thing.
it's not the only thing,
Okay.
and so I, it's important. But by staying fully on that, it has a tendency to leave out others. Does that make sense? Yes. Yeah, it's extremely important, but it's part of the heritage and not necessarily has to be up front center. And then people that may not be from Alsatian descent, but yet they are part of the original founder people, are not left out.
or the ones before.
Or who was before.
Yeah,
You
well,
understand where I'm going?
yeah, I think it's one of the things I've always liked about Canada, when I've gone to visit, is that they always talk about First Nation. And so they always acknowledge that there was a First Nation before we were here. There was a First Nation. Like we're not the first ones. We came.
Well, when I said here in
Colin-
Castro, I said my wife was born and raised originally from here.
Yeah.
Okay, that's an Alsatian.
Right.
Okay, but Valerie was born and raised, her family was originally from here,
Right.
before Castroville became known as Castroville.
Right.
So,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
okay, so the roots are still there, it's just, so you don't wanna leave any of that out.
Right, yeah.
I think about resilience in that way, growth and stewardship, investments, people, which resilience in holding on to culture, resilience into still being a very close community, resilient into, okay, we have growth and now we're gonna make sure that our folks are taken care of, that's how.
You're gonna have economic decline, yet it can also, you think about whether, whatever it is, that the city continues to be resilient over time. Do you wanna see what it looks like with those adjectives out and then kind of
Except for the rest of
decide
those,
if
I know that's just my
it needs to be in
opinion.
there?
There's a consensus.
I don't have a problem with
I don't have a problem.
Me either, I don't like
it.
it.
Nicole, what's your thought?
I don't like it.
Tone has a problem.
No, I just don't like, I'm friendly, I could get rid of it.
Fluff.
You don't think we're friendly?
Well,
I think we're friendly. I don't think we need to announce.
Whole different issue, my father lives in a community of 1,300 people. The city limit sign says home to 1,265 happy souls and 35 soreheads. And he's very proud to be one of the soreheads. So,
That would be more
that's just a
accurate.
catchphrase.
Yeah, sure.
So we're not all friendly.
No,
No, I understand. I think it's-
no, that's a good deal.
Yeah, or another consideration too is resilient and vibrant, because you can be resilient, and not be vibrant.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right, right,
So,
right, yeah.
That's
However
something
you want.
to think about too. Okay, all right. Well, let's go ahead and see if we can make some changes here.
Leroy, what do you think? You're looking at it like,
What
I mean, I'm wondering, like, do we really need all those three adjectives? Because if we just go and just say Castro is a community that balances growth, stewardship, and so forth, that kind of just sums it up. But the adjectives, I mean, yeah, we're unique, we're friendly,
Oh.
we're vibrant.
Oh, so you're
Yeah,
saying
we
you don't
are.
really need the first three, is what
Yeah,
you're saying?
that's just my take. I mean, I'm looking at something very simple and just to the point, and I mean, it describes what casserole is, but again, I'm just trying to figure out different ways to avoid this that makes.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what, the first thing I decided I was put it back. So I just look at it without the three, okay? Now it says Castroville balances growth and stewardship. Investing in people and infrastructure preserves the qualities that make it
that makes growth the forefront of our vision.
It does, but you could also change the order of those.
Yes.
True.
You could invest in people and infrastructure, preserves the qualities, or a balanced growth becomes second. You're right, because like I said, there's always an inference in order. So we have to be cognizant of that. We're going, why is that one first, right?
Well, and by keeping preserves, through qualities that make you unique, make it uniquely Castroville, that wraps up and summarizes the first two together. So you can do Castroville, invest in its people and infrastructure, balances growth and stewardship, and preserves the qualities that make it unique. As a summary,
Right.
sentence, to wrap it up, all up.
Now, how does that feel without friendly, resilient, and vibrant?
It just gets rid of those buzzwords that, I mean, do we need those in there to fluff, maybe? I mean, to describe who we are? Fluff.
That's what we called it whenever people were writing something.
Now, instead of
But
saying,
I think it does, as much as like I appreciate being concise, being sincere, I think it also, because it comes up fairly often, just as a reminder that like this is a small rural community, it's not an extension of like a military experience in which things should operate this particular way. I mean, there is more space to accommodate for that.
I'm not saying it's military, I'm just saying, but if you go to any other big company or anything, they don't have a bunch of fluff in their vision either. It's to the point, that way their employees can turn around and sell it. It's easy for them to remember, because they have to have buy-in in this too. So you can reduce the fluff, get to the point, you can say it faster without losing people you're talking to, because ramble on, people are gonna wanna hear it.
well, you just want to paint a picture of what you envision Castroville to be in the future. Even if you're not doing all of those things right now. But that's what people could expect to find in Castroville if they came back, 10 years from now.
And when I went to the University of Tennessee course for this, that's what they said, you don't want to fluff, you want to get straight to the point, because if you can't sell it, say that within a certain amount of time frame, you lose people.
Right. And at the same time, a vision should also feel aspirational. Because you go, yeah, I want that too. That's what I want to see. I want to feel proud of the place that I call home. And does this describe my hope for the future? But at the same time, it's also written from a city view. Some other entity here, like the chamber, their vision statement may look very different, right? Because for them, for instance, one thing that chambers love to do is create connections and networks, you know? And so they might just sort of envision, you know, we talked about earlier yesterday about that connected community and where people collaborate, but they're coming at it from an angle of which they're working to do, but it may be very different from the city's vision. So we don't have one vision for Castroville, I guess is what I'm saying. Every organization sort of crafts the vision that they would like to see. But also because they're linking their mission to that vision to say, what we do in our mission is going to create that envisioned future, because it's stuff that we're working on, right? But if I was United Way,
Yeah.
my vision might be, you know, that there is food and support for all families that are in Castroville, because that's what they want to see. That's what they're working on, right? But it's a little different because their mission supports that vision.
Right. And I'm okay with this. I much rather see the investments people make people first.
Okay.
Um,
So change the order.
The qualities that make you Castroville unique, and then growth,
Balances,
balance,
growth,
growth,
stewardship. Yeah.
is I guess balance and manage synonymous or no? That's the problem.
I'm sorry, Nancy.
Balances and manage synonymous or no?
close. Yeah.
Well, yeah, balances growth with stewardship. In other words, you're saying there's two aspects, right? We have to balance growth without sacrificing the assets of the community, which we're entrusted to protect and make sure that they're going to be there. Invest in people and infrastructure. Again, each of these is sort of like a dual, right? Because you're investing in people, which is your citizens, but at the same time, you're investing in the infrastructure that they need. And then the qualities that make it uniquely Castroville, that's everything else. That's the heritage, that's, yeah,
That wraps everything up without having to identify anything specific.
right.
It seems like there's three key points there that we're committed to, and I'm thinking the word committed maybe should be included in there. Like the council is committed to, what are we committed to? Investing in its people, infrastructure, and preserving the quality of life. And so, just a thought, maybe adding the word committed in there somewhere at the beginning that, hey, we are committed to do this, this, and this.
But commitment means to me that's more of a mission than a vision.
Okay.
But that's just my
Yeah.
No, it's a mission statement
Okay.
for sure.
Yeah, and I think the vision statement really tends to have more of an outcome sort of feel to it, because it's like, this is a result of what you did. When you say committed to, sounds like an intention, not that you're doing it. Where balances implies that it's active. You're no longer committed, you're actually doing it. Okay, so I just did I just cut out those first words. Are we okay if they don't, they're not inserted back?
I'm fine.
And then just making a change on the order.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just see what that looks like. I'm just gonna go to settings real quick, just to make sure that I always have, showing the display is always settings, and make sure that these are. Okay, so now when I come back here, I don't have to feel like you can't see what I'm working on. All right, so I am going to take this one and put it second. Culture. Oops, that's fine. This is good. Okay, so, oops. Sure, the wrong one. Okay, invest in its people and infrastructure, balances growth and stewardship, and preserves the qualities of making uniquely Castroville. Sound good? two of you actually approve, both statements. You'll get a copy, a refined copy of today's work, and you can still make any edits. So I'm not saying anything you do today is final. I'm just trying to get it to 90%. Got it? Okay, all right, we'll move on. So in terms of the framework, as we look at strategic planning, so if we think about it, strategic framework, we talked about, a strategic plan being like a house, right? So mission, vision are guiding statements that are the roof. Everything we do has to help achieve mission and vision. Our priority areas are the rooms in the house. This is like different aspects of work that we're invested in and supporting the mission and vision. And our goals fall under the priorities. Okay, so priority areas are room, but within the room there could be 2 or 3 goals that we're actively doing. They're different, but they are still part of the priority. There's a theme there within that room, and so it makes sense that that goal is linked with that priority. Action and measurement, which becomes more of the how. So we're going to talk about strategies today, broad strategies. We always have to have a way of measuring success, so we're going to talk about that today. And usually what we try to measure are strategies. Okay, the goal is an outcome. Strategy is the how to achieve the outcome, and we should be able to measure the effectiveness of the strategies. That makes sense? Because a lot of times people say, "Oh, but the metric is with the goal," and I said, actually, you have to measure the method to achieve the goal because it's either working or it's not working, and the outcome can't happen without effective strategies. And then we're going to talk about implementation. What are some of the challenges you see around resources, just overall, like for instance, getting buy-in, from the citizens. Maybe you've got other conflicting entities that are competing for those same resources that you don't have any control over. You're going to have challenges. So contemplating what those are, and again, in the center of all of that, we said are going to be those planning principles, because that's how we are going to make our decisions, right? So this is the framework that we're going to be working on. So for today, some assumptions for you to use as you work together. We talked about this yesterday, but future focus, right? The past is the past, and you always honor the past. You guys talked about, the past administration and things that have gone wrong, and yes, but your job is focusing on the future, right? Our task is thinking about where we want to go from here. Thinking strategically rather than operationally. As city leadership, we're not getting into operations, we're not getting into the weeds. We're providing a high level strategic direction for the city. Okay? As much as possible, we're trying to seek consensus as much as possible. Right? Remember, consensus doesn't necessarily mean 100%, which would be great, but it's seeing that how much we can find a common ground, agree to choose that common ground, and honor it. Community-wide, which means that everything that we focus on, we have to be thinking about community-wide. Okay? It's not to serve just specific audiences, because it's a ripple effect, right? So we keep that in mind as we plan. And then balancing the vision with what's practical. Because if all lies in aspiration, you don't have the resources, this is sometimes where plans fail. Because people say, well, this is what we want to do, and we don't have the resources to do it. So it needs to be doable as we think about this. Realistic. Yeah, we're kind of going with the smart, which is like,
Without dwelling on the past.
yes,
Sometimes you have to at least give it a cursory review to not repeat the same mistakes of the past. So when you want to do something that may have been tried and not been successful before, you're able to adjust your methods to move forward towards success
Yeah.
instead of reliving the same
yes,
problems.
yeah,
Now, so it's not dwelling on it.
Yeah.
But you have to understand sometimes what got you where you're at and
yes,
how your decisions, what the results of your decisions may the outcome, so you can plan moving forward.
bless you. Yeah, I used to have a mentor, bless you,
That's you.
and he used to use a lot of analogies. but when we were together as a team, he would say, you know, when you're driving a car, you have to pay attention to the windshield. Okay, so that's what's in front of us. He said, we have to look at the rear view mirror. This is important for us to see behind us. He said, and sometimes we have to be careful because the side mirrors, objects may appear larger than they actually are. Okay. But then we would start talking and something would be proposed, which is the windshield. And then somebody would say, oh, well, we tried that before and it didn't work. And my boss would go, rear view mirror. Because there's this constant reminder, you know, and we say, well, but that's important, we have to bring it up. And he goes, you're right, it's important. The question is, and how you have to frame it is, it didn't work before because of A, B, and C.
You don't dwell on it, but
Right.
you learn.
You learn from it. Now you say, let's apply it, and why did in the windshield?
Right,
How could it work?
sure.
It's a little bit different.
Yes, no, just, okay, so think strategically, so this always gets me. So working at civilian equivalent C-suite level, think strategically, building in strategic frameworks for our corporation to follow, all right? So think strategically rather than operationally. So always on that type of level of staff.
Yeah.
Yes, so, and I know, I mean, we were in Texas, I asked him a lot of questions. And so sometimes you have to understand operationally in order to build strategic policy.
Okay.
So,
Do you think that should change then slightly?
but that's just how I think,
Think
right?
strategically.
Because when we're charged with making policy for staff to follow, a lot of our questions is at the operational level, not so much as like telling them what to do, but asking the everyday, how do they execute, so that we as council can provide that top cover for them when it comes to policy.
So know operationally to think strategically.
Yeah, or another way of positioning it is to think strategically and understand operations.
Right, and more than likely on that type of C-suite staff is an operations manager that can answer those questions
Yeah.
at that level.
Yeah, because along the same path, you don't want to, in our role, is set some strategic goals or things that are unattainable.
Right.
As our staff.
What, because you're setting yourselves up for failure.
Yes, so,
Yeah.
so we
Okay.
all have to be part of that.
Right, okay, so how should we change that so that, like you said, it's not either or?
Yeah.
No.
Okay,
But we have to know,
It's a working relationship.
yeah. You can know the operational and it's right.
We have to be able to work with living God, we have to understand the operational issues,
Correct.
so we don't set our staff up for failure.
Correct.
We don't set ourselves up for
With the citizens,
Or the
because we're gonna
citizens
get the
will know.
complaints and then we're still gonna go to
Well-
Leroy.
And they're gonna come ask us, well,
failure. Y'all said you were gonna do this,
Yeah.
but why aren't you doing it? Well, we had lofty expectations, but we now realize we couldn't do that.
correct, operations, but next
Right.
you.
I think part of that,
Yeah.
in the course of learning about operations in order to better understand how to slow move or slow change policy such that staff isn't overwhelmed, I think it's also valuable to put a like, is it 25% of our time that, you know, is there a max number of times where we're devoted to learning all the details of the operations and then we'll turn to it? Because my concern is
yeah,
that spending more time or spending the majority of the time on knowing all the operational stuff then takes away
it
from
does.
just the mental resource
Sure.
of actually being able to do
Yeah.
long-term
Yeah.
planning.
But to add to that, we spoke about in Bastrop, the onboarding.
Very much
So a
so.
lot of that operational knowledge came when we came onto council saying this is the policies that are already written, this is the SOPs for the department, so that we're not spending as much time throughout this process. So that's a break in a system when it
Yes.
comes to governance for us, right? So I think you're seeing it now, that yes, we do ask operational level questions because we didn't get that institutional, and I would say memory, because folks have come
and that institutional memory.
Right.
So now we're having to backpedal a
So,
lot to
Well,
figure things
well,
out.
and then on another thing, like Bruce brings up a lot of the stuff is updated current. So just because we see it there and written isn't really how they're doing it in reality. So that doesn't,
We don't,
Okay.
well, we don't need to understand the
No.
exact details, we need
No,
to know
just a
our
brush up.
operational capabilities,
Right.
our operational limitations.
correct.
But
If
it,
it
but
is
it comes
what we-
down to
And we're
a
not strategic.
trusty, full information. Don't hold back,
Yes.
we're on the same team. We just need to have clear understandings and expectations so we can move forward
Okay.
with our strategies and our plans.
Okay, so help me
It's a relationship.
help me with the verbiage here. So think strategically, that stays there. I think it's the second part. And understand operations, or is it to understand operational capacities, capabilities?
Capabilities.
Capability, operational
We have to know what we
capabilities.
can do in order to strategically
Plan.
plan to do it.
Although also in the course of setting policy and the broader leadership, a lot of the capabilities that people have are going to be things that we set up or take away. Those are things that we'll be prioritizing. And so understanding operational capabilities, in a sense, we're asking the question of, do we know, have we set it up? What capacities, what capabilities have we set up for staff to do?
But I would expect staff to tell us.
Yeah.
They know.
So-
And
They
at the
know.
beginning,
Okay.
in the onboarding process, but as far as like a long-term, like thinking strategically and understanding operational capabilities, I mean, that is one of our tasks, is determining on that big picture view, what capabilities we want to provide.
Well, that
We
doesn't-
Right.
have-
What
we
they're
have
on
to
staff to do,
encourage-
They have
right?
to
What
discuss.
resources,
Yeah.
what staffing,
That's,
those kinds of things
that to
that
me-
align with the priorities.
I think that to me falls under the city administrator.
I was gonna say, we have to encourage our staff, our leadership of our staff
Yes.
to be, actually be more of a strength in leadership in not only saying the good, but also saying the bad and the
Yes.
ugly, and what needs to be changed so we can be successful in what we're doing.
Right.
Okay, so it's very simple, and Leroy, don't take this the wrong way. It's very simple for staff to follow into a submissive role,
Yeah.
but you don't want your staff to be that in your leadership. You
No.
want your leadership to be upfront and honest, good, bad, or otherwise,
Yes.
so you can make informed decisions.
You're right, exactly, like you said.
So you have to encourage that.
Yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's from
encourage
all
that.
levels, all the way down, without fear of reprisal for turning around and telling them. 'Cause I remember a lot of times you don't wanna tell the boss that, hey, this
Yeah.
isn't working, because the boss will go off, or hey, if we don't do this, we're gonna lose lives. People are afraid to do that, but those that do it, then certain leadership will turn around and reprise against them.
Right.
And so that's what we gotta also instill in our staff all the way down is
You encourage that culture,
exactly,
that,
right.
And
that,
it's
everybody's opinion
it's no,
is now.
it's no different, like you said, on a corporate level.
Sure.
You know, the board is still going to set direction.
Correct.
But you have paid staff who are leaders, who also have to look at the resources and the capabilities and whether training's needed. And they're responsible for building out a reasonable action plan to support this, but also bringing forth the budget that's needed to support it, right? So their job is to make sure to align resources, and where resources are needed, they will make that known, okay? So you don't have to know everything.
No.
Right?
No.
It's like, so you're creating direction, but also realizing the direction is over 3 years.
Right.
Okay, so we need to move on so we can
Okay.
get going on working on the priorities. All right, so yesterday we decided how we were gonna divide up the priorities, right? Each group was going to handle working on 2 of those, and then we would switch, right? So that you have an opportunity to work on all 4 priority areas. For each priority area, you have a bank, it says goals, strategies, success measures bank. And this is these are just, call it a starter set, not necessarily meant for adoption, just to say, to help you think, like, what does this look like? Well, here's some examples, okay? But your job really is to review the goals, decide what goals you want to move forward. I would suggest, because I think in the bank, there are 3 or 4 goals, potential goals for each priority area. I think what's best is you try to agree on 2, okay? 2 goals. Because every goal requires resources, okay? So sometimes there's a way to combine what you want to do within a goal. Then you're gonna consider strategies, and I've got a little template for you to follow. So you're gonna look at strategies. There were strategies are broad approaches to achieve the goals. And think about how you would measure success for those strategies. You wanna be able to identify implementation challenges. And you're gonna be thinking about some initial action items that you think over the next 12 to 18 months should probably be, where some of that focus might be. Okay, so as you look at each of the goals, ask yourselves, are these the right ones? And if not, what would you propose to be in their place? Do you have the ability to edit anything that's there or create something of your own? Think about strategies. Like I said, if I can limit you to just 2 strategies per goal, because you want to create the highest impact without necessarily having unnecessary strategies. Does that make sense? Okay, so the fewer strategies you have, the better. But I would suggest, 2. I think it's always helpful, and sometimes early discussion as you think about barriers, like what's going to make it hard to get this goal to be successful. Sometimes you have to create strategies to mitigate those barriers. Okay. And then be thinking about where should the focus be for the next 3 years. So here's our, I'm going to show you this first and then show you how you can structure this and give you an example. So yesterday we said that Group A is going to be the mayor, Valerie, and Tobin, and Leroy, maybe you got, or Deborah. If you guys want to be part of this, you can, only because I think what they bring is understanding operations.
Yes.
Okay? So, yes, this group's gonna drive direction, but understanding, what some of the challenges or barriers are, I think sometimes is helpful. So, Group A, Mayor, Valerie, Tobin, your focus is 2 priority areas: responsible growth and development, and governance, trust, and organizational effectiveness. And then Group B is gonna be Sheena, Houston, and Nicole. You're focusing on community character and quality of life, along with infrastructure and community assets, because we said that those would fit in nicely. So here's an example of what your output is going to look like on the right. So this is just an example. This is infrastructure and community assets, okay? Let's say this is the goal that you decided on, okay? You're gonna maintain, expand infrastructure capacity to support current and future needs. Big goal. Let's say that you come up with 3 strategies. I know I said 2, but I'm just saying. I would only create a 3rd strategy if you felt it was necessary, if this was a different approach that you think would help that goal be successful. So update the capital improvement plan. One could be one strategy: expand water and wastewater capacity, improve long-term infrastructure planning. Some possible success measures that you achieve your water capacity targets. Your CIP is updated annually, and your infrastructure projects are completed on schedule. Okay. Challenges or barriers: funding, staffing, regulatory, requirements. And then remember I said, identify the highest priority actions over the next 18 months. What would you like to see come out of this? So infrastructure capacity assessment, top 5 capital projects, and funding strategy for water and wastewater improvements. That kind of information gives the staff an idea of how to focus this goal. Does that make sense? Okay, so you're gonna hit all of those things on the flip chart paper for each goal, because when you're done, the next group is gonna come and they're gonna look at what you did, and they're either gonna say, that was good, or I think it needs some tweaks, or no, you guys are like way off. we're gonna start all over again, okay? Now, I hope it's not the third, but sometimes that does happen.
I can do that.
Okay, all right, so does everyone understand? Does everyone understand what we're doing next?
How much time do we have to work on it?
Right now, you have until,
15 minutes.
no, you have until 11:30.
Oh,
Oh.
so can we take a break,
10 o'clock.
break right now, and resume at 10?
Because it shows that 10 o'clock is the break.
No, I just.
Yes, because we are running behind already. We have a break at 11. Do you guys wanna go to 11 and take the break then?
What, I'm sorry.
Or do you wanna take your break now?
Whatever y'all wanna do.
What you said.
Yeah.
What?
Right now?
Right
Right now.
Okay, alright, so you take a break until 10,
Okay.
and then let's see where you are around 11:15-ish, okay?
So what time do you recess, Mayor?
Yep. Yeah,
You need to recess this meeting.
all right, we're gonna recess the meeting at 9:48 PM. Thank you.
AM.
We can be back at 10.
Back to 10.
Oh, AM, 9:48 AM.
guys are talking about community character first, right?
Mayor, what time did you call us back?
The first goal is just, is focused on the heritage part.
And then the second one
And the
is
second
where
part
the
could
public
be-
spaces.
I don't know
Yeah.
how to put it down.
Yeah, so you can separate them, that way you can create strategies
Yes, no.
to support
Right,
them,
right.
so,
Manage it.
but you can, I'm sure there's an expectation of that.
The core value,
With that heritage
We're
site support.
No, I
But you're
agree.
right.
Right, but
Having the quality of life would be the reason.
you don't have to go with this one, you can go with the green space or other
So that
things
just
that
puts
you build
in
in the
line
city
with
is
goals
instrumental in terms of providing.
Development
So,
supports
yeah.
long-term
And that's a nice thing, I think, when you try to separate goals,
perhaps
because
age
you really need to have their own lane.
strategy, operation.
Goal 1.5.
Okay.
You want to use
Some
what's in there or?
explain here,
Over the what?
but.
Start again.
Oh, did we start this again?
No, it's okay, I'll just turn on the stuff on for you.
Yeah,
I gotta go back
but
and stuff.
going
It's on
to
the grant, right? And I still have to-
Okay, it's 10 a.m., we're back to business, have a nice day. Okay, Go ahead.
Alright, it's been running.
But just people first, and residents experience a high quality of life. So the priority is.
The heritage and identity segment.
Now you need to pick a goal.
Because I think to me, when I read that, I would consider it what are the goals?
If I had to choose a goal, I would, my recommendation.
Quality of
Because let's
life,
just choose a goal.
deal with people.
You can choose two goals.
Their
Oh, we can choose.
public goals,
I think
private
there's
life,
four.
family that are recommended, all that
Well,
stuff.
and I think the thing that I like
No,
most
just
about
two.
outside of
Just
the
two.
first
Okay,
is that
Now, I'm not
this is a
saying
year
there's-
of things
But
that
there's-
we are
there's
working on, we know
two,
that
three
we
of them.
need to work on,
But-
like,
but of the two,
like accessibility,
Yeah.
connectivity,
You're right,
but
but-
we didn't have any of the encompasses,
These are
searches,
just
exams.
Okay.
so that kind of obviously things about when you're looking at responsible.
So we want our first goal to be the residents' experience,
And
they
if
say
we're
it
gonna
attractive
create a
and
goal to do that, what would that goal?
But that's so,
I know,
Necessary.
so.
Well, I wouldn't say safe, I would, like, to me, that's very subjective.
But
yeah,
what are,
Yeah.
we'll see, but we just need a goal.
Well, okay, let me ask that, let me think, I'm following this right.
But that's,
I like the way
oh,
this
sorry,
says,
please
the
continue.
goal, the alliance with communications, the goal, the establish, and you know, like, the strategies, the first one, establish, rules and
Well,
regulations.
yeah, we don't have to restate the preserve community character, because it's already stated, this is the goal of how to
So
achieve
that's a
that.
strategy of how to obtain.
You don't have to restate
The first
the
step is
preserve
establish
capital
strong.
by, it's, okay, what's our,
Protect,
what goal are we gonna set to, meet that, to attain that?
That's
We
one.
haven't
Number
given
two,
the world
that
to
strategy
the third
to
option.
ensure
Which is the civic pride of
can
belonging,
sustain
is we said that is a primary
in accordance
strategy,
with what the vision
then,
is.
we
For
could,
example, those would be
let's
strategies.
draw a strategic thing, start adding.
I'm just making my comments.
Yeah. And the goal, like the
is-
goal, I
Tactical
think,
things
is stated as in
Accessibility,
where the verb is in the structure.
conservation, preservation,
Because the verb describes.
That's what I get at your advantage.
Your
Those
goal
are
would
goals.
be, yeah.
Then over here is how you manage
And then you, yeah.
good
Wait,
rules,
is Jonathan there?
good management, good infrastructure, and what have
So on our goal, the goal is for residents to.
This aligns with visual development standards.
priority statement is tactical.
Development standards, I don't know about the non-development standards.
So the development standards would be your strategy,
That's a priority statement.
those are your standards.
Well, no, that's just what it says there.
Right, but
I understand.
what I guess what she's saying is, does that.
Well, you're looking at it totally different one than I am, then, because
Just
just
right.
reminder.
So if you feel like there's more
Yeah.
strategy now,
On strategic,
then
yeah,
you may not
preserve
want that.
community character and quality of life.
Growth aligns with national
Yeah.
vision
And
and
long-term
long-term
community
community priorities.
This is what ours is.
Because it's
Yeah, no,
a
I'm-
strategy.
Yes, from Nicole.
Nicole.
Yeah, because usually you
You
get.
can make that more.
Strategy.
So I gotta write this one with me?
Yeah. Or if you want her to describe it, you can do that.
It's okay. Deborah can take a break.
You're okay.
You want me
Long-term.
Mine's not anything. We'll figure it out.
No.
You need her to take that page out.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was
Yeah,
just.
that
thinking
is
she
very
probably had it out.
is
On the strategy.
discussion
And
paper.
then the second one would be to ensure that infrastructure meets the city.
We're supposed to be using the neighborhood.
I'll be.
Okay, so our goal,
That's what it was.
what are you going on about? So the goal is, so our priority is preserve community character and quality of life. So what is our goal to achieve?
So for example,
Our quality of life.
What we want to achieve?
as far as.
What do we want to achieve as our first goal underneath the preserve community character and quality of life?
I'm getting because there is a discussion paper in there.
That's it.
Very similar, but not exact. And in here, the
And
goal
then the other goal that she
says,
has an example
growth
of
aligns
residents
with city
experiencing safe,
vision and
attractive, and
development
welcoming
standards.
communities.
So,
That's what we want to achieve.
But speaking of
We
goal
want to
one
achieve
point one,
underneath
growth aligns with Cashville's vision. Is that mission
the
and
community
vision or
character
just
and quality of life.
vision?
no,
Just future
I
priorities.
think it's vision,
Okay.
because the vision is more about purpose.
I think
Your
your vision
purpose.
and long-term,
Vision is more about what you're building.
and long-term
Future.
community priorities.
3-1 and 3-2.
That's fine.
I'm 3-1. Mostly because it's safe, attractive, and welcoming
Strategy.
So,
Get to that.
Yeah, so out of the goals that are listed, Cashville's heritage
No,
You don't have to,
but this gives you an idea of what we're supposed to be doing. This is giving you an idea of what we're supposed to do.
Not yet.
That's right.
Not
So,
yet.
important of strategy is the number one
So basically,
strategy.
right now, the goal, what do we want to achieve, is one of the goals underneath.
Palatable with the long-term priorities of the city.
But your vision, yeah,
Yeah, because.
Our
that's
vision is
what
what
we
we
have.
Have to help us build,
right, which is the invest in infrastructure.
preserve, celebrate,
That's
and
The
identify.
root will come to support the long-term vision.
That's in there, that's in there too. But it's also balanced, right?
Pockets on
With,
it.
Okay.
your,
The number one strategy is.
Yeah.
Develop
vision
needs.
talked about.
That's okay.
Yeah.
To do as far as strategy goes.
The rules.
We had the preservation part,
That-
had it,
yes.
balancing.
Related to new development that support the long-term community priorities. I didn't say what the rules are, I just looked at how,
Development, maintain rules and regulations.
that support the long-term community priorities.
That's good, I like it
I didn't say what those are.
No, you don't have to.
It's just an open,
Right.
it's a wide.
Strategy.
And
Make it a
that's,
place
you
that
don't need to restate that because it's already something underneath.
community priorities.
So,
Long-term community priorities.
yeah,
Okay.
what's our goal
To
to achieve, that we
ensure
want to achieve
the city's
for preserving
infrastructure
community character and quality of life?
development.
What is one goal
in development.
that we want to achieve underneath
I
that?
think we're just strategizing.
Yeah.
No, I'm just,
Yeah.
it's because you wanna bring that in too.
So, I mean, preserve.
I'll wait for your input, okay? Ensure,
What do we want to
the
achieve?
city's
Do we want
infrastructure
to,
supports.
Well, so hang on a second too, because
Hold on to that.
there is a second goal
Yeah,
that
yeah,
talks about long-term sustainability
okay.
benefits.
the green space,
Where-
this, that,
Okay, so we're not gonna do that.
Yes, right, we're kind of fixing the two,
Well,
right?
Strategies already say what's
experience.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. So the first goal
Get rid of
is
safe.
talking about vision,
Like,
But you guys,
priorities.
you have water on your working on the right things.
We're not on infrastructure yet.
But we kill our two with.
And then we're out of problems.
Right, but no one's complaining, infrastructure, we're doing.
I think, so to me, it almost feels like,
Okay,
It's
so,
also maintain rules and regulations.
when I think of, so there was.
No, I
this
think
is
it's
me
fine,
going
just
through
do a
process.
long-term thing, that's fine.
okay,
But
Because what you're saying
like, when I
is,
just came back,
this
you know,
first
the
goal
first things that
says,
I wanted
have a
to do
long-term vision,
to kind of
into
integrate
long-term team
and
priorities.
families into the
That's
fabric of.
And your
like,
strategy
being
says,
proactive
you gotta have rules and regulations and
It's like,
supporting
let's have an annual,
Right.
like, team
I would have
scavenger
ability
hunt.
and infrastructure,
You know, we all gather up here in the stand in the morning,
well,
and
I
we
think
go
that
to
impacts
the
the
community, and
community.
there's like different.
Okay.
That's not how you wanna set it up, you can roll it all together,
That
that would mean that it
sends you to.
So the reevaluate master plan,
Yes.
well,
for
for that,
it's
or
more,
they all talk about growth
gauge, to me, that's.
passive
periodically
education
reevaluate plans and goals.
Yeah,
that, like, the
or
history
something
of
like, you know,
mindfulness,
review and update,
Review and update.
master planning.
As,
As a,
So
something
it's
like
not-
that, as a strategy
A
to
lot,
say,
a lot of that
hey,
is reflected
time
on
to time,
what
I
I
have
want
to reevaluate what that plan is.
Right.
and
Sure.
right?
because, see, that's an issue.
And so kind of working
So we
backwards
went
from
through
that, when I think about
We
when,
went through-
when someone
yeah,
says, oh, you're from cash
Local
flow,
rates is 50%.
I want
Needs
us
to
to
be
have,
okay, but it doesn't
like,
necessarily
normal
need
identity.
to be.
when we think about cash flow, that's what we think
Yep.
about.
So the first one, I mean.
So that's kind of how I got to the spot
So
of,
it's the same.
we have the same
Right to it.
buildings,
Not
and
just
by and
you
large,
have to update.
well, I'm flexible and I'm absolutely I mean, that happens, but it's kind of almost working backwards, and saying, well, what's the important thing?
Yes,
And
and
then
she asked about that too.
Normalize that
Okay.
as
Set
a
up
shared
like-
goal, and how to get strategies to.
Where's You got 3 more goals.
Unfortunately, that's not how.
Okay.
My goal is to go home.
Well, that's what I said, like, that's just kind of me, her,
Yeah.
to me, that's the conclusion of getting to it, of what is
Mine?
the big
Equal
Well,
infrastructure,
the goal then,
growth,
based
and
on that,
preservation.
would be
So I would almost say
preserve
that
and
something.
celebrate
That's
Jasper's
what she
heritage and identity.
Yes, this is why I thought more on that side.
One
As
word-
opposed
one
to
word, cash
focus
flow.
on
on
last
side track.
Well, then we're not, yeah, we're just looking at goal number one.
There's no email
So,
for that. That's the-
how do we feel then about
priorities.
preserving and celebrating cash bills?
We have the overall
Yes,
executive
ma'am.
Or
plan.
heritage and
Okay,
identity.
okay, yes, ma'am.
Execute.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, preserving and celebrating cash bills, heritage and identity, as a goal. Okay.
I don't hear the district much over there, Trudy.
He went on
Yes, the other
infrastructure.
thing that you can think about too, since you've got long-term community priorities already as a goal. And the question is too, it depends on what another strategy is for it. One way to combine these, you could put develop, review and update master plans and rules and regulations.
Yes.
I'm not gonna give you
You
my,
could clap that into one strategy, which gives you
Right.
and okay, because to me, these things go together. One is your overall plan.
Right.
That you've got the rules and regulations, or do you take it into
So
this
I think there's one because you have ordinances.
So, preserving stuff and
Which
celebrating
is
cash bills,
Rules and
heritage and identity.
regulations from the citizens' perspective, things that they want to follow, that's.
Yeah,
If not followed,
that's the
Code
strategy.
compliance, police department is involved in that, right? Which then does tie into long-term community priorities.
Okay.
And then the master plan
And to totally
itself,
jump ahead,
very,
mess things up.
they rarely reference.
We do
ordinances
already have in
Okay.
or
place.
anything like that, so, and this is what the departments are using,
But
to
hospital
get grant money and all
like
that
definitely on
stuff
our side,
too.
It's outdated.
There is.
Very much so, like,
There's
most parents
very
have
happy
twenty
to
twenty,
know
so.
But I'm gonna agree
like
with you
getting numbers on
that
participation
this is
and
super
getting
to.
surveys.
Cross that out.
That's what I was thinking, is we just got rid of that second part.
Already in works.
it's fun.
Rules and regulations, you know.
You
Okay.
make your point clear.
No.
Government.
These are ones
And review and
that.
update master
The
plans
cities,
as
no,
well.
it's not simple city. That's a whole.
There you go.
other thing.
to get into
So if you wanna move
that.
on to a second goal,
Well, I mean, that would,
Not
that's pretty
that.
good
It's
cover
always
our loss.
that seed.
Yeah.
right, because we're not getting to taxes.
The way the
I-
questions
no,
are-
I agree.
All right.
I
Support
agree.
the
And
classification.
Yeah,
But as the mayor was saying, with development, you got to have.
just because you say it, in my opinion,
Right.
it's like, but it's weird.
It has to
No, I
be
actually
found,
come
ready
from
to go.
a background in
This is it.
research, and so
Because
I
they
know
know
I
and
was
And
very-
like
Yeah,
you said,
yeah.
there was scavengers and everything.
So when I look at goals,
Yeah, make one.
when I look at the whole concept of
That's what that happens.
And,
on
yeah,
that statement is majority
and
and
preserving right, celebrating and preserving.
for this now.
Okay, so one of the possible strategies,
Here's why,
you know, the example you gave,
Because
like
it
the
does
scavenger hunt and
align
everything.
with the vision.
So we could do the promote cultural and heritage-based activities
Yeah, I like that.
as a strategy. As the example you gave
Yeah,
would
and doesn't-
tie into the goal of preserving and celebrating Nashville's heritage.
You're gonna change it to
Yeah,
development
as well as
supports
bringing in people who may
long-term
not otherwise
sustainability for
So do
community.
it, promote cultural and heritage-based
For community
activities as a strategy.
development.
I think so.
Which means you're not trying to do something that's short-sighted,
Right,
And then we
and it
get
doesn't have any community benefit.
Almost.
Infrastructure, you know, I know infrastructure.
But I'm going to
is
stability.
off the table.
Supports
Oh,
long-term
fussy about it.
sustainability for community benefit.
there's a reason and method for that is that
even
part of a long-term
It's
strategy.
coming along.
But and that allows you
There's
to
still
question,
some
it's like,
stuff.
okay, this sounds good, the developer wants to
Yeah,
put the
it's
data
along.
set
I
right
think
there.
I
Sounds
tend to
good
look
right
for
now,
things that
but long-term community benefit,
How's that impact down the
That are
road?
gonna be super
Yeah,
like what's it
Yeah,
gonna
down
do
the
to the
forward
water
things.
supply?
Yeah,
That's a great
How will we
example.
achieve it? Alright, so we're gonna promote that, yes.
I don't know if it was our
It's
fault,
good to have
their
an
fault,
institute,
whose fault.
so
But I think even before
Alright,
they
so
came into the state.
preserving and celebrating community
It's
passion,
just that better
identity.
practice.
Well,
Promote the cultural
Maybe you're over
heritage-based
But it's a
activities.
fun business out there.
We're not there yet.
Well, I would fill this out and then I would,
I know, okay. It's not all level, of course, and that's due on it, right?
Yeah, I think
Initiative.
initiatives are like.
So like,
Okay, so I think I would
Joe, all that kind of stuff.
for another 2 minutes, do
But
the
yeah,
other one
we're
that's
gonna
back
go
and then fill in.
Okay.
And you can do the other one on the second page, which you've got approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
So another strategy, since we're under
4
preserving
years ago. we
the,
did
you
it.
know, preserving, celebrating Casper heritage and identity.
Now the other-
What about the next one being support, historic preservation?
Oversized at the time, but we did oversize enough to support. I know, so now
I
you
know,
know,
I
they
just
decided
these
these
four,
four,
yes.
what their requirements
Like,
is.
what's here?
Well, I mean, we can wordsmith it up.
So those are
We can
examples.
take it, it's
That's
just
what
to
you're-
make them
So,
sound.
so what would you,
Right.
what would you see?
Pulling the gold and everything. If we
Well,
don't
I-
do any water, if we don't do
That's-
that,
Yeah,
I'm saying it.
I know.
Challenges are my priority.
But if we don't do those.
I'm sorry.
Which they haven't done.
Okay, I'll read down, I'll fall on my sword for that.
Then we've done none of this.
It's his fault.
Nothing. We end up like Michigan.
So, I think we'll just do the strategies for goal 1.2. So I don't kind of more.
Well,
Yeah,
so
infrastructure is in content goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
the
But I'm
strategies
gonna
are
suggest,
the-
as you date with,
to
instead of
me,
making it
this is like
Yeah.
making a
strategy set,
yes.
that, you have to plug in
Before
something
you
that
get
would
into
construction.
the workshop.
Well,
Do I
you got good folks.
When you.
That-
They
that-
didn't like,
capture those heritage identity.
they didn't.
I would do those. That's my heritage. I-
So I do like, I mean, that's the infrastructure and the things as well.
So that's why.
As well.
I know, I'm being honest.
But
What's
Already many of these things are preserved.
Okay,
Because.
We have.
I don't even know.
So,
You have to do it.
because once you put this in the front,
gotcha, yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
that makes sense.
Yep,
Like,
yep, yep.
you make it, it all sound like the outcome.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
There is a tremendous amount of infrastructure needs in the city itself, out in top
This is how we do
side.
it.
So we have to
But
be
it doesn't
developing
have to be
towards
that.
long-term
It's the
stability.
same way,
It's
like,
not just about
I look at
growth.
stuff
We
oftentimes,
have
like,
to
oh,
build the property
of course,
maintain
running a
and
competitive team, this
upgrade
is how I would
existing infrastructure.
switch it up this way.
Needs and
But,
all that.
like,
It's
that's
how,
not
it's how
where
little.
we're choosing.
I don't know how to phrase that,
But
but
it doesn't have to be as
we have
exhaustive as
tremendous
it was.
infrastructure
Or
problems.
seamless as it was.
Even if I pick
So,
But you can't,
country village is
Even
41 years old. The first house was built in
Um,
1985.
so, but,
The
y'all
infrastructure
look at a
that's
strategy
used is
that,
July.
you know, Cashville Heritage and Identity are.
Is anybody spending
Now,
millions
when
of
you talk
dollars to
about
replace
this
it?
strategy
No,
here, it
because it's still
says
functional.
encourage development.
So every year you just get that line up. But I can look at water lines. First water line.
So we were looking at the first one,
In
support
the
historic
So you wanna
preservation
I
and
mean,
you wanna keep it more
again,
just focused on
But we're,
the
the
character.
character.
we
Also,
oversized
this is
and we resource
maybe there's a
capacity.
way to kind of work
So
it.
anyway,
Like, I really
I
like
just-
the thing,
How do you put that in, not just the.
I'll think about both.
infrastructure.
So in Boulder,
Yeah.
I'm saying like, hey, for the businesses that come in,
Think about it.
like, we want to, we're
working on
development as a part of
I
our
do too.
yeah,
Turn around.
community. We wanna promote, local, it's a very local business.
So when you say
Right? It's a part of our
sustainability
community character,
for
and our, and so maybe in the sense of encouraging development that complements community character. Maybe somehow getting that out of the way, that we can talk about development, why we use the word development, because I think most of us hear development and we're like, okay, clearly, at least, we don't want like a big giant box store in the middle of town, where it's gonna, we don't want that. We don't want to confuse people by using language that implies that.
We have to keep it out of.
So maybe it's
scope.
infrastructure,
regions
service,
where
and
you
finance.
are,
It's not so much on the
Correct.
they're not
something to do about.
Yes.
not a
Yeah, so we could just say, these are local, right? So you want to, you want to encourage that and support that, because you feel that that is another way of creating that, community character, because it's our citizens who are actually citizens.
And keeping things said in a very touchable way, which is like, okay, we're probably closed on Sundays and Mondays. You know, but like having those,
We had that in Oklahoma.
well, but I mean like, you know, all of like the little grocery store that they stuff. I mean, that's closed on Sundays and I think that depending on the season, they're closed an additional week later. Right, it's like our bank, like the bank, you can drive through on Saturdays, but you're not walking in the lobby, so nobody's in there.
Don't say the hardware store, will be Sunday.
I did not say the hardware store.
Is there, this specific to your time, so, you still have second goal to work on, right?
Yep.
So this first goal, focusing on Thursday night and promote cultural heritage-based activities, what might be a central strategy? Is another approach to be able to.
I mean,
Celebrate you, awareness, you.
I mean, you wanna preserve our historic building. Sure, wait, so turn around and historic preservation initiative.
What is that specific?
Preserve our historic locations.
I mean, because we're already in a district. And on the historic district. You have a sort of goodwill to enforce the law.
Well,
Preserve the historic.
That's a problem. And we need to fix that.
So would that be update visible, places in town, so.
Update historic district code and ordinance to match
Update.
the new historic district.
I think it's updating probably next year, because this is a 3-year plan, so even if you make changes, we'll make sure that.
Well, and we have problems with, and I'm about to say this, we need to do that code we passed, our utility board, so to do that, they push it back and say, spend $100,000, we'll have that extra, have that in budget. So the other thing you can do is go to Project Square's website and pull the historic code and say, budget to catch up.
Okay, so update on the
That's why it's
meeting.
active.
Right, but that's, but what's happened historically is that in this code,
I know that's how
like here, we have a code that says we cannot, the scale of the new building cannot impede the visual of the historic building. Well, we had a council member that goes in there, builds these mansions right next to Forest Homes. Say he's within code, it wasn't, and so we need to fix that process.
Okay, so
Update, maintain historic
Ordinance,
historic ordinance.
historical, for historic architecture and techniques,
For historic.
historic architecture, or values.
I know this sounds kind of.
Historic architecture.
Integers.
Architecture.
That's not really
Okay, does this need a third strategy that's different, or do you feel that these two?
No,
Just adding those two things, I think that's a fun play, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so go on to your
Side
site,
of
and
these
what would be your,
I didn't think that was strategy.
No, but
infrastructure.
You don't have to, not right now,
Because this covers community character and
it's
community
fine,
access.
it's fine.
I got it.
Do you need a second one?
I think, you know, the more I think about it, I think, yes, I think this is a priority goal, but I also want to throw out there that I think, well, the green space, but to me, we have so many things that are historic, especially like our historic buildings, things like that, that they really are surrounded by and are taken care of by like the first and things like that. So like the Steinbach House, like, it takes care of that parks. Landmark, like, you know, those, yes, but that's green space, right? September Square, that's parks.
Well, what do you think
And
about that?
that's
The
not,
reason why I think you do need something.
that's not
This one specifically is about districts, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Not just.
I think the second goal is something
I agree.
like
I
what you were talking about,
Because
is like how else are you benefiting
that
quality
will always.
for community residents that may or may not have anything to do with the historic aspect.
The residents experience an attractive community or welcome.
Yeah,
Well,
I think
the density of how we live is measured somewhat that way. And so we don't end up with zero lot line crap,
Right,
you know, with developers that don't care about having it.
right. So I think the second one is more about quality of life. But you haven't done it all.
Yeah, that's a separate strategy, yeah.
That's a whole separate priority.
Yeah.
That's why I said, keep the infrastructure up. Because you're gonna go
Move
there
past
next.
it, move
This
past
one here is specific around community access.
Yeah.
This is where like the green spaces, the public spaces. and-
Yeah, so I think, so to me, that kind of about it two ways, I think there's benefits to both of them. I think the green spaces is really valuable because that's accessible to all of the citizenry and it's a variety of other things going for it. But I also, you know, this is my reduction, but I'm really warming up to the idea of,
Admitting to what?
but committing to, like, local entrepreneurship and that being a part of how Jacksonville develops is having, for a variety of reasons. But those are kind of the two ways that I'm thinking, either one of those I think would be a fantastic goal. I think that the green space one is more immediately accessible in the next like 3 years. But I think that the other one would be valuable.
And that, those are the two strategies, but for the goal, then we could say residents, and business.
Or it could be Counterville residents, or residents live, work, and play. Maybe, I don't know, I guess the whole idea was, you didn't necessarily have to reset. So you're.
Yeah, but I think I'm the only person who's like really this. So I don't wanna put that rule for everyone, because I don't think that, I don't think there should be a lot of buy-in for the notion of, it's something that should.
Yeah,
What notion?
The notion that, like in Nashville, you should work here, live here, and then take care of your, like our
enjoy it.
economy.
So all
We don't
aspects,
have to go
like
outside.
aspects of your quality of life. That's
Every year.
And you can make it about that, that would position the school that way.
Yeah, it's about an attractive environment, right, and that's part of it, is the parks that we have.
And you can say that Castroville is an attractive environment
There's nothing wrong with that.
for residents and visitors.
Well, this is just the goal, if we turn around and from the strategies, we could
But right now, we're
enhance,
trying to figure out.
this is the goal.
What is
what do we want for the goal? What do we want to achieve with?
Yeah. And the only reason why.
So what am I putting?
Live, work, and play, or entrepreneurship, community services, necessary.
Yeah.
That's how we.
Well,
It's up for grabs, uncost-effective.
Which is not to be critical, but we have a lot to work there, this is a small office.
Yeah,
But that could be part of the strategy though.
So
So evaluate your staffing.
well, normally, yeah.
Yeah.
So
So,
evaluate the city.
So I like the idea of it.
But it does demonstrate
Why? Because it's really the city.
in some cases who you're.
And so that way.
Oh,
You know,
we can measure it and everything, yeah.
So I think if you make it realize it's something about, as an asset.
How would you sustain?
It attracts people.
And recognizing cash flows,
Well, look,
Green
spaces.
so recognizing cash flows, green spaces as community assets that enhance the character.
Yeah.
Something,
So.
residents and non-residents.
The city should
No, no,
recognize
so
that
maybe
it's.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
yes.
So how do we say this is an outcome that says, like,
visitors experience an attractive and welcoming community.
Or just think about visitors, I'm less concerned about them.
Yeah.
I want to-
Well, But you're saying residents and those that come to visit.
The task.
Yeah.
In an attractive environment.
I think so.
For residents.
It wasn't.
There you go. So if you do
Yeah.
that, then you're focusing on what makes it attractive.
Now you get the green spaces, the parks.
Unless purposely setting a goal, you say, our green space is. So, I'd rather go past the goal. Focus for
Let's
what
really
is it?
want to do that.
But also.
Silly trade.
But not for
I told you
nothing,
earlier.
not for nothing, but from business side
Yeah,
of things, when I hear
yeah,
active
yeah, what-
environment, the last thing that I think about is green space.
Yeah.
I live in the city and they say attractive environment, so that's like, oh, okay, so that means that
Is it
you've
really?
got a small business thing, you've got something like that that makes it attractive to me.
Or do you want to
So,
say, this is a big open space in here?
Yeah.
I think we're all.
Yeah.
That's more of a strategy.
Bring it,
So-
so. But, so I'm thinking about like.
Oh, yeah,
you're
yeah.
saying the first week
Is
that
it
we have
green?
on the
Is
second
it-
one.
is it green? Is it green space?
So,
Protected and is
so, we could even do some like preserving, maintaining, let's go on them and say improve on examples
You always figure out how you
green space for
Well, then
the residents and reserve like.
choose it.
We're focusing too much on green space, we gotta look at the whole community. You know, what do we
Yeah.
want to achieve? What do we want to achieve?
Parking lot reserve.
We want to have a great environment
Okay.
for after the visitor. I mean, we're not.
That's not work. The first goal, it's very specific.
Yeah.
Cashville's heritage to make it
Yeah.
preserve and celebrate, right?
Right, and we
So
said,
heritage-based activities.
Right.
Okay, so the second one to me needs to be as broad and goal, but as specific.
But don't put
strategy.
green spaces in there, because green spaces would be part of the strategy.
For the history for the reason that when I look at character and assets, I think, historic, right, heritage. Right? Yes,
No,
I
just
also
two.
think- Okay, so we're okay right now.
Okay.
Collectively, you can disagree.
Well, yeah, well, I'm looking at goals, what do we want
Are
to
we
achieve?
gonna then do?
We're gonna pick on yours and we'll take on.
Well,
You know, I for now, I would put responsible growth
There's so much more
and
for under
development
the,
as
you
title
know,
of that goal.
quality of life.
Oh, you want me to put the title?
Yes.
Okay.
Because then we gotta move on to the second one, which is the.
When I
Oh,
see,
we got to
all we want to do is.
Oh, that's right. So keep
So
going.
this is responsible
That's
growth
fine.
and development.
Now you gotta do
Well,
that.
we have to go into the structure
Man,
again.
I think it's forever just to do
I
that.
know, you know what, the first one is always the hardest.
Right here under transportation, it's so simple.
It takes a lot of work, okay? Now we're moving on to infrastructure, which is.
Right, infrastructure.
No, I'm working.
Yeah.
I really and truly, like, when I make
Invest, right,
decisions
it's,
and then I,
Yeah.
in my mind, it's that easy.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm looking at, you know, the goal is what we're trying to achieve.
Okay.
We want
No
residents,
problem.
Yeah, right, so
residents to create an attractive and welcoming community. I think I'll say that. Because safety is also being used.
And this is where the
Okay.
focus on infrastructure.
That's
is,
good.
right, For the benefit of growth, but also for the citizens.
Okay.
You guys decide on that?
What?
Do your best to do
What?
it.
We're on number 2.
We're getting ready to,
You done?
no, we're getting ready, we're gonna be on number 2.
We're done.
No,
No,
you're
one more to go, this is a race.
You're on number 4.
I was just thinking, I know someone else,
Okay,
that worked on, did something similar to this, and was trying
great infrastructure and community assets.
to community assets in there too, but it's.
Also,
more
just
of
do
a-
this infrastructure you want to improve.
This has more to do with.
Oh, shit, I messed that up.
Right, infrastructure systems support.
And what was wrong with that one?
On that step, I was trying to identify which one you start with too.
Okay, so, green space, what are, how we gonna work
Okay.
Because in here it says,
What's the current verbiage?
Would you?
so, we,
Right.
Just read it.
Oh, you're right.
I am.
because it has it under here.
Well, I was going to multitask while you were trying.
Did that say sensitive infrastructure?
You keep your mind on really play.
Okay.
Possible strategies.
No, that's what it was.
I hear a lot of.
I,
Okay.
Words that I'm
ensure that infrastructure systems are
So just trimming from this, and I think it does need some work, but I think this is a.
Okay, infrastructure.
The goal
supporting
is to
accessibility
ensure
and
that
connectivity.
infrastructure systems support current and
Green
future
space,
improvements.
That's fine, because it's an action.
I did not say sure, go ahead.
You're
Oh,
ensuring
okay.
that
Connectivity
infrastructure,
improvements,
Connectivity,
systems
green
support
space.
current.
mobility.
Okay, that's it.
Mobility,
I didn't
That's
have
it.
mobility in there, but you can have it if you want, but accessibility,
Yeah, but
connectivity
the rest of
improvements, in green spaces,
Prioritize,
or for green spaces.
Where's the importance for the support mobility, accessibility, connectivity, and green
I'm
space?
not,
I don't
I'm
know
not
mobility
gonna change
within
that to say,
I would say accessibility and connectivity,
Okay, accessibility, connectivity, and green spaces.
yeah, in green
Okay.
spaces.
Okay,
I would,
okay, is there a second strategy?
okay, I don't wanna lose focus on.
So you-
What?
Just regular.
Support accessibility,
You know
connectivity,
what,
and green
I will
spaces.
carry it around somewhere.
We don't have to- Do you have a second strategy?
No,
So,
I don't.
on that one, I would go into, going back to, community events. Let's see.
Yeah,
So, the one, yeah, so we've got promote culture and government-based activities, and then update, maintain and ordinances. So I think it would be fitting
all
to mirror it,
infrastructure, all
that our
operated
strategies
by the
goal
city.
two, support accessibility, blah, blah, blah,
well,
But
you know,
then-
that is
promoting,
prioritize,
promoting green space activities, because we already have a
Which
bunch
one are
of
you
stuff
talking
we
about?
do, whether it's
So we're on-
green
we're on
stuff.
strategies.
Yeah, fishing, there's a bunch of, but yes, promoting.
strategy.
In community initiatives.
So one that they use the, so
that brings in
like,
Support.
the Florida Costco next to
Well, infrastructure includes all.
Yeah.
some of them are county level.
I like it, but I
So
really.
shouldn't that be?
So is it support accessibility, connectivity?
Maintaining or establish
But that would.
city limits. I think initiatives, I think
Basically,
it's worth
one of the
having.
nations
Okay.
with
How about,
Partnering with the county.
Encourage,
the local
they gotta use it twice.
with internal, with county.
We're gonna do it back to our
Encourage
area,
initiatives.
Infrastructure needs are met.
Okay, and you're gonna move on to your second one.
the infrastructure.
Oh, you're doing infrastructure.
Yeah.
Projections.
Oh, hang on a second.
Community assets or.
No,
we're
We're on the wrong one.
Hey,
Infrastructure.
That's already,
Hey,
I wrote down, I wrote down what we are,
Yeah.
what,
You missed.
our segment is infrastructure and community assets.
Yeah.
You guys are working.
I wrote down what our segment was.
So what's ours?
You're the, governance and,
Yeah.
you're the governance one.
Go away.
We'll see you.
Oh, hang on a second.
No, you run, we did the crisscross.
No, look.
Oh, we did the
Have you already
crisscross,
done
we
infrastructure? That's all I said, Marty.
They stole it from us.
We did the rock, paper, scissors. We did the, infrastructure, community
You're right.
assets.
You're right.
Let's just.
You're right.
Hey, man.
You're right. You guys are doing,
Infrastructure.
we're in that, you guys are doing the governance.
Yeah, they got a lot, yeah,
Why,
that's
there's
right.
ours, that can't have it.
Yeah.
All right, that's what we got.
Can't go on.
Wow.
You're doing, you guys are doing.
Down there on that one page. No.
You guys are doing governance, the
All right,
organizational
Cheat,
ethics.
cheat like this. All right.
Fix it.
Wow.
when they got you, you had those.
I did too, but they did write it down and it doesn't matter.
That doesn't count. You just wrote it.
I don't get this, we'll do the same thing as that.
Okay.
Well, the time is waiting, anytime you work around the person.
Yeah, that's the deadline for the meeting, we get a lot of stuff, in 5 minutes.
Are you too
Not
sure?
just gonna do that in my office.
Hey.
Especially if long term.
All right.
Quick.
Alright, so what do we wanna achieve for the first goal?
Strategy is priority water, wastewater, drainage, transportation.
Okay,
Okay, so the first goal is infrastructure systems.
Oh, we gotta choose which ones we want, because there's gotta be four.
Well, no, that's just the first.
Yeah, I
goal.
know, yeah.
There's 4.
Because there's that one,
goals.
there's
Well,
the
wait,
actual
sorry,
lessons,
yes.
we gotta pick new lessons.
So let's start with that first one.
Unless we wanna come up with something new, but it sounds like you wanna
Well,
focus on
that,
the
you actually did that in the other stuff.
first one.
Well, it is public trust.
I know.
Well, yeah, so for the
The-
city,
I-
I mean,
I
from
just
my
would
position, right,
Put them in order.
is that we're putting a lot of our store in the street.
Yeah.
And so my point is, all of this.
We need, I was about to say 4.1.
Yeah, current and
So, yeah.
so
So, yeah, so you're looking at goal one, and infrastructure system support for.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's what you want.
Right.
Right, I agree.
Okay.
Are you ready? Any objections?
Okay.
Alright.
Speaking of it, you know, when they got, when the city started turning on water,
So it's not your stuff, story.
this is hilarious. So what they did was support, they didn't have streets, they ran their sewer line into their old well. So that means their neighbor who was still on the well.
Does that make sense? How do I, these guys would do the same thing we do. We can say.
And do you like these strategies, prioritize water, wastewater, drainage,
Yes.
distribution, and street
Does that make
improvements?
sense?
Yes.
Yeah, that's.
And what about align infrastructure investments with projected sewage barriers?
Well,
That's
that's,
gonna be a focus.
How about maintain modernized aging infrastructure?
that.
Yes.
Those two strategies, so they want.
Absolutely.
Okay, prioritize water.
We don't,
Water.
we don't need
It's a,
transportation.
it's a different.
But they got no right transportation. Leave that to
I feel like for strategy, I feel like provide orientation and development opportunities
They don't want to go on
for
transportation.
elected officials and staff.
And
Like I said, on workshops,
Water, drainage.
You guys see that,
I'll say.
you see
I've sent it to.
that horse
like that.
carriage cart? You like those tourists, you know, like they have that here.
It's like the
Yeah.
And then the second one is maintain and monitor.
Those are the two that I'm putting strategies
Modernize aging
Good.
infrastructure. Modernize aging infrastructure.
She still has.
on. And I do like.
Right, maybe.
So this is up for grabs.
What about the second?
The second goal,
Yeah.
Capital investments, coordinated progress, line street.
I think in the last couple of years, because there's been so much conversation back and forth about CIP, I think that identifying that as something that there's already research labor put into and just being follow up on. To me, this is a very good goal for like a 3-year.
Oh, yeah.
As much as I, want connectivity and quality of life, I think this just needs to be.
Yeah.
Don't stand front.
So our second goal is the capital investments,
Our coordinated prioritizing the line. Or,
Prioritize and coordinate.
capital
Well,
investments.
you like organization.
I mean- I think I would prioritize first, be straight about that. They need to be aligned with our
The trust.
objectives, and then that's when, to me, the issue of coordination is more of a tactic to our.
Okay, so prioritize it along.
So I don't think, yeah, the 5 and 4 is.
With strategic priorities.
Is your organization.
Yeah, because coordination to me, that feels like staff,
Yeah,
like
work strategy.
So
right?
I like
I can
decision
work
making.
first. I can set it all up.
Accountable, let's just see.
In fact, coordinate can show up as a strategy coordination, purchase the projects. Yeah, it's kind of here. Yeah, so you do have coordinate there.
That's fine.
Strategy. So, but what would you say has to happen as a strategy?
Yeah, well, let's-
And I will say, one of the things that it seems to be the case, that, I don't know that there's consistent criteria that's been
Because
developed and applied.
So it's so established and.
So I think
message doesn't
Yeah.
always get out.
consistent criteria to evaluate capital
Intent is a
projects.
decision.
That's,
You know, sometimes.
that will be a really helpful, because that's
Sometimes
that's
our
a
decisions
method. So
Yeah.
when you're talking
Right,
about,
and
So broad.
Yeah,
So
so,
we stay within the
Establish
scope, right?
and apply.
But
yeah, establish and apply,
they should tell my board as long as
criteria
I
to
stick
evaluate
with
capital
the
projects.
do we not have any?
I'm going to do
What do we use right now?
It's,
You
we
really
have
wanna
stuff,
narrow that scope.
but
Right,
it's,
Narrow that scope.
it's in the.
Oh, I know it flows.
I just make it, but I do.
So you like 4.2?
I do, but
Okay. Is that right?
because everything, nothing's behind.
Yeah, and the rack and stack changes constantly. Yeah.
And then the evaluation of the 1, 2, 3 is the thing that we need to say, hey, we need a method,
We
we're
need a
deciding what's
consistent
number one,
method.
and it needs to be
I'd
more
say-
clear, it's
Right.
available, and you
Well,
want.
what-
So consistent,
decision.
Because
So establish maybe
the
a
lack of
consistent.
clarity, they come up with their own
Yeah,
interpretation.
yeah, establish criteria.
Then we go out on social media.
And is
the
that.
consistent criteria.
Yes, to me, that's criteria that it should address this.
We have superior.
But
it's
if it
not
makes everyone
consistent.
feel better, then it's not consistent.
Okay.
Right?
Oh, okay.
Not me, not consistent criteria. I don't get in photos. You don't have my consent.
I did, point to this, so, I like that.
Okay, so goal 4.2, we're in agreement.
Yes, I like to run up what you said,
Evaluate,
really concise.
capital projects.
Establish
Establish the criteria.
Establish consistent
And
establish consistent criteria to evaluate capital.
Project priorities. Or biggest project priorities.
Capital improvement project.
Capital
This one
projects.
says.
Yes.
CISE, and concise, CISE.
I'll look it up in a second.
Me neither.
Just write it.
Boy, howdy.
I'm not a big example.
Me too.
Oh, one more.
Now that I'm on the spot, I can't.
They're struggling.
No, we're out there.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
if you have a
We're
chance,
11:00.
is to think about how you measure success of the strategy.
Lunch is 11:45.
Any challenges, and if you can identify the place priority items.
So, yeah, something that I just read here, how is the
What's your working
coordination
lunch?
when a project goes across years or
You wanna go over
how
that?
strong is that? How well is
Yeah, I
it?
don't need to, you should for a little bit.
So-
I
I wonder who's gonna go.
Just go through it. So I, it's what that.
I was just kind of curious, but.
Yeah, cause like for the project at Garden Creek, that's not just drainage, that is also the water, the water. And that's their exposed, so strength, how do we wanna say that? That also that affects our strength.
Informed.
Rapid coordination and communication.
It's not-
Coordination by
Well,
size.
between,
Across the different properties, when the,
so strengthen
1 to 3. Oh, okay.
Well, I have a problem from my just.
coordination between our organizations.
We have that.
Want to say something.
Who made that?
Yeah, so coordination and communication.
I don't need that.
acknowledge it.
Well, communication is coordination.
Well, sometimes it's constructive and sometimes
No,
it's
I
not,
know,
so.
there's listening and there's active listening, so.
On my side, I see that there's a, we need to improve on that.
Okay, so
Okay,
which,
alright.
both,
The communication.
okay.
So the coordination, the
So I
communication,
think, I'd say it's going to be coordination and communication. Is it for, interdepartmental?
This is projects that span across.
Interdepartmental.
Okay.
yes, for interdepartmental
And
projects.
I don't know
So,
if
yeah,
this is strategy
coordination
or
and
whatever, but when it comes
communication.
to government making decisions.
For
decisions
interest.
based on all available
Interdepartmental.
information
Or-
at the
How
time.
you wanna say that?
Well, projects that span numerous departments, because it's not necessarily inside, because.
Well, inter and intra,
Yeah.
so one box that would be interdepartmental versus in my head.
The decisions based.
So we're talking across the board.
No matter what kind of project it is.
Yes.
I-
So you just said that.
Spans.
Tomorrow, the conditions change, well, that can change the outcome. But I have, but the decisions are made, so I don't know.
I find it soothing.
Yes. A little fidget.
What is that for?
Yeah. Spans across numerous departments, or.
I, or different departments, because it doesn't have to be a whole bunch.
Okay.
Of course it is.
But it also has council.
Yes.
And across.
It goes back to the other.
Well, we don't wanna set it up such that we like,
Okay, so based on this so far,
When you
any
ask
thoughts
an update,
for,
you don't have to ask for it.
How to measure?
I'm still waiting for it, I'm still waiting. for it.
maybe you can use a
Still
different
Wait,
color
wait, wait.
if you want to.
waiting.
I think it's about.
She's like, it's fine.
A lot of times, you'll put.
Yeah, so I said, I think when it comes to success measures, you have to have
Yes.
someone in knowing.
So this is powerful idea, we get tested, well, say that, yep.
How do you know? How do you know it'll change?
I mean, like,
Okay.
I think this one's a little easier.
Yeah.
You say, like,
Yeah,
what
just-
is it, what is success? What's that?
You don't know about it.
Having whatever that criteria is.
I understand that's your-
You know, I know it gets redundant.
Yes.
I feel like.
But again,
Well, like right here.
Yeah, that would be here.
But at some point.
Another measure of that would
Well, the
be,
gun is.
Well,
we used to filter our conversation through, and, you know, our
Because the
outside
second
sources we
measurement
have
would be-
contact with. So we
Exactly.
put our contracts.
Yeah.
Are we using, are we using the
so one is
Get it
creating
in like this.
whatever.
Because some of ours, and
It's
if,
So,
you know,
you
some
wanna
of
put
it
up
has
to
to be
here
checked
for
for, I mean, when you're talking about things like we
success measure. So let's say that this is strategy one.
So now that we're making this mission statement very clear,
Then you can put success
then
measure
to attain
one,
one, you have to have clear
is,
deadlines to get them.
But that's.
criteria.
That
See how it's criteria.
thing.
That's,
When you make those references,
but it's second,
sure
it's
that
second measure.
they're an accurate reference.
So
You
how
do
you
with
assess
selling
that
measure,
measure,
like,
But once you follow it, and it may cause a, wait a minute, I told them, I talked to him and he said this. You don't like to do that, but when you really hit on the issue, sometimes you do. So we had those references, and I understand their view, but they need reflection.
Well, and
Does that make sense?
yes, but you, the staff probably doesn't need to take for you that.
You have to measure results.
Yeah.
Meaning
Get
that,
what you measure.
if you have, let's just say you're talking to a contractor, and you can't get any dates, you can't get anything.
I'm just saying,
moving
just
with that contract.
for that,
That's
a
a
couple of
barrier.
ways to measure each
I
of
think
these.
this one, we're the barrier
So
breaker.
one, 2A is to see
Sure,
how.
yeah, when it gets to
That
a point
is-
where you
that
know,
is
okay,
one.
Let me help you.
yeah, my answer is not gonna
Now,
be good,
one,
just when you talk about it, it's
can't
been the
think of
same
one right
answer.
now, you want to
It's all
describe
right
next
here.
year's.
Well, what can I do to
and
help?
also kind of
That's
more
all.
about long-term
Yes.
things, this is a lot,
You are
there's a big.
Not always.
And you don't always.
Measurement that accuracy, not necessarily.
You should, but I'm just saying, this.
And we can say like, yes, we checked it off the list, we
You
measured
don't
it.
put up with that these videos.
we wanna make sure, we wanna verify that that's an accurate,
I have
an accurate
this
evaluation
thing,
of
she's
meaningful progress.
working.
But that's the,
That's
that's a bigger
Says,
term.
okay,
So,
so you make a
so
call,
what
make a
would,
call, and
so
all
what
of a
is
sudden,
that measured?
things that they've been waiting on.
Interim,
It's not because I'm,
right.
it's just a position, that sometimes it's a phone call, and it should never be that
We
way,
only look at.
but it happens a lot.
I think what they're, the way they look at it
Yeah,
is it's fit.
yeah.
So then,
You know,
so then your second measurement would be.
I mean, and I'm both, I'm both ways, but yeah, it should have,
This is
Right.
6 opportunities, starting with one that tests us.
What, and if you can, NCM gave me, you know,
And it gets back to the,
Yeah.
And not a lot happens in 6 months, so it's not
No,
like
that-
it would be a
Yeah.
big giant thing,
Yeah.
super unwieldy.
And that's, again, if we go back to, that's what we're on.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
So if this, you go to two.
The mitigation criteria you have, is that matching up?
And my range doesn't allow me to do it.
Right, and that's how you're judged, correct.
Okay, so if you go to two B,
There's a timeline deviation to get this done, it's gonna fail because I can't make this, I can't cross.
How are we tracking that right now
You go survey that phone
for the
call.
coordination?
And then like you said, a lot of times this is, hey, Ed, let's say, okay, so long, shit, you know,
They're
we
gonna
done.
have to identify our feelings.
Yeah.
But you don't want, you don't want to, you don't want to be involved. You don't want to make those calls, actually, you give every opportunity, every opportunity to move forward. So you don't go behind the staff, up front and sit, and unfortunately, it happens a lot, we have other council members,
Yeah.
that they go behind the
Yeah.
call, and then all of a sudden,
Oh.
you're under the staff.
Well, so,
And I got that.
to your
So you
point,
got,
I
you
think
got to
the other
give
is
staff
that
every
in
opportunity.
teams,
have to give
you
them.
have a shared document with shared owners of who owns that action. And
Let
they
me help
update every.
Can I help you with
Yeah,
that?
then we can all look at it whenever, blah, 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 whoever owns it, you say, yes, well, we are in this.
Now, is there anything I can do to help you with your concern? Or no?
No, well, are you guys going to consider, how do you measure success?
Oh, we haven't got that yet?
Yeah.
Well, my colonel
And if
left.
we need to add an
I literally
agenda
left.
on whatever that is to fit something.
Go
And,
ahead.
and like they're just talking, they're just putting them on the bottom of their sheets, like they're
Right.
saying,
Teams is great.
this is strategy one, this is strategy two.
This is the first one.
Indicating what
So
measures you have.
So,
what concepts?
goals 1 and 2.
So it's just, I thought you put down here.
Strategies.
Oh, boy, yeah.
We can track it.
Really quick.
Okay. Well, if he says he can do it real quick.
No, I said we have to do.
He
all
has to
that.
work his Friday.
We're talking about doing it on all 4.
And I don't think,
Like, okay, so let's say that this is, let's say that this is,
we've all brought
this
it
is
up.
one A.
Which,
And, something about something measuring things.
Yeah, you don't want me to write it, you want to be able to decipher it.
Onboarding,
This is
whether it's
2A.
staff or council people or not,
Two B,
but actually
right? So if
having
you look at
like
success.
a learning guide for people to find these things.
we got to put measurables on.
Yeah, we don't have like a new employee handbook.
Bell though.
You wanna, that was a great start.
Okay, so
Yes,
coming up with
yes.
some success
But,
measures.
yes.
So for
I think
orientation development opportunities for,
it is also important.
so for instance, is, well, you guys talked about like the onboarding. So that's one way of measuring success, right? That you have,
Onboarding within the first 30 days of.
Well, you want to call it success
We
measures.
have to, that
Yeah,
would be a
better,
centralized place.
Oh, yeah, so like we utilize.
On the city, I don't know.
Yeah.
But you measure, basically, it's not a test out there, in fact,
no,
but it's.
the orientation itself
Without editing it.
is success. If
I
you
would
are
go
helping,
like that.
you just,
Completion of
Project.
What's another possible?
Completion of
Yeah.
orientation.
orientation.
right, completion of orientation.
Yeah, Got it.
So that's one.
we
And I
don't
don't
have
have
to have
the
the
second
secondary
one, but like I said, if you're gonna have completion of orientation, I
this-
don't know if it's
Basically,
annually, because it includes staff.
need everything.
So, so completion of orientation. That stuff, okay.
Do we wanna put on there?
That would apply to both.
This is the back.
Effective communication between council and staff. How do you do
Tracking of consistent non-compliant sections.
You mean like
That sounds
the
like
code?
it? So,
Well, no, like, so we're
It
talking
reads
about.
well.
Part of
Reads
the
well.
education
Well-
project should span.
I almost feel like it's this,
If
because
we're
part of the
having
orientation
same
could
department,
be staff
not
and
doing
council
what we're supposed to be doing.
interactions.
Too.
Yeah.
I,
Depends on how you outline the
When I
orientation.
think about that, my first question is,
Success, how you
Why?
measure.
is it because they don't
Trust.
have the resources, is it because they don't have the staffing,
Yeah.
or is it just because someone doesn't
I
have
don't
education
know
in
how to
something?
do
But
Or
that
is
would
it
be-
someone being a tool?
Communication.
But I don't wanna,
Trust.
I would want to,
Communication.
I agree with you, I
That's why I'm
agree
saying I'll
with
be
you.
that guy.
Yeah,
Bring
my
it up.
hesitation would be creating an unnecessary,
We have
showing that
discussion.
Oh, yeah, no, that's why,
like,
Literally
yeah, like
With all
is
due
my
respect,
job on the line, or I need to start looking for other.
information.
that's why I said I'll be the bad guy, because
Voluntarily.
it's out there and that's always gonna be out there,
Not
because
written
if we're having
So I don't have to
consistent
do that.
Well,
You have to get people
not,
comfortable
well,
enough
but
to
then I think
share.
if we've got like just tracking of things.
And you know,
all I
it
mean, like, it'd be really
like,
clear.
here's one way
And I
to
would
do
think
it,
that if
and
we
I
want
worked
to
with
certain
some
organizations, or maybe.
where they
have
actually
this,
have
or
a
have
scorecard.
this,
Yeah.
And on a quarterly basis, they
And
just
then
have
that
that
would be the spot where you can just.
Yeah, then they
take care
just
of
send
that.
it out,
yeah.
Go
and then
hey,
basically ask them to rate the following things, and then I do that quarterly.
Yeah,
And if you don't see the,
or, you know, is there a challenge that
something's going
you
on.
need something?
We
So
call
it's
that
like
climate
it's
I
not
mean,
saying-
Yeah.
What about-
regular,
what about
Yeah.
the reviews?
no,
Oh, no,
I
it's
just
not
think
gonna
it's
be
set for like,
well, you know,
you know,
A climate survey,
yeah.
we assess the organization, the culture,
and they would
But
follow that,
that's just
decide
between council
Yeah.
and staff.
how, you know, meet
So,
the
I mean, you
deadlines.
could do that twice a year, you could do that quarterly, and usually, wrong.
No.
It's just, it's a pulse check.
Because
Yeah.
It's just saying,
especially
So the
if
quarterly
you're
review
less than
of,
years, once you put something out in public,
Quarterly
that
environmental
this street's gonna be
review.
done by this day.
Review.
Multi-macro, if it doesn't
Yeah.
happen
I would
on
call it
that
climate
day,
survey, but
it's
I
like
would
organization
organize-
is following.
Well,
yeah.
And those two
Yeah,
deadlines,
organization.
like, frankly, that would be something that should be in.
No, and that's what this is. Yeah, no, this is what
Yeah.
this is, because
Right.
maybe one department can't do their
Because
thing.
you need a way.
Yeah,
yeah, we have the feedback.
Yeah, kind of, you know, internal deadlines,
going on,
deadline, tracking deadlines,
You have to do that before, probably, right?
internal,
Yeah.
And I think we've already
communication.
experienced that.
Because I know, like, say, electrical can't do
You
their
have to have
job
a
until,
All right, so
Make
now
sure
we go
those
to
other
two.
departments
You
do
understand
their
what I
thing.
said.
And so,
Exactly.
And that's for
That's
the
something I would
science,
It's-
That's
it's-
just been around
it's-
for a
is
while.
transparent, aligned with city
It's
municipal
not for all.
goals. Okay, so yeah,
Yeah,
So
just
we-
straight.
These are the
It's
different
not
processes, and I
personal.
use this as
At the end of
the
the day,
Well,
still look
are
for
these
us.
your meeting
you
minutes?
start seeing overlap there.
Read us, give us success measures for this one.
To the other.
Clearly
And then
communicate decisions and outcomes
we're
consistently.
trying to manage that.
How do you measure that? Is that meeting minutes?
But
To me,
I
it's
also-
meeting minutes,
if
which
you
not
don't just have
everybody
general
accesses.
Okay.
then
But I also
it
feel
gets
it's,
really easy to get lost, but
The
without,
mayor's corner and the,
It's
it's,
the best.
it's, like, it actually measures, you know,
Well,
that's
it's
that
not
like
information.
corner.
I know, I keep like,
So, oh,
So
well,
how do we,
this
how do we
thing
word this as a
listed,
measurement?
you know, this, that, and that would give us our measurements
I
of,
think
okay, where we are tweaking it up.
Yes.
And
No, I'm writing
and
one
I
right
use
now.
Okay.
small,
Yeah.
so just,
It's a basically a highlights and factual things, just because
This
with
is.
the average-
have whatever your tasks are for the
This is,
week.
this is.
Okay.
Just an acknowledgement.
So
These
effective
things
meeting
were checked
minutes?
off,
Right.
Martin, we'll
Yeah,
do
because
this,
that's
these
gonna
were the
wrap up
prereqs for this,
all
this
that
is the thing,
discussion.
and then this is what we're doing
But-
next.
Yeah.
You also
And it keeps it really short
Oh,
and
yeah.
concise and.
You have to have- you have to
So
have-
we have something in
So-
there.
And those minutes.
Officers that
Yeah.
have.
Monthly-
We could put the mayor's,
Monthly newsletter.
okay, monthly newsletters, right.
Our monthly newsletter.
So if that's gone out, then you know,
That's
that's
fine.
that's.
Yeah, and that's what, that's what really
Deadlines
makes
or-
it. That's what I thought.
That's
You
your
don't
part.
have to ask them.
Yeah.
The
And
information
nothing
is
already
there,
going
it's
on,
whether or
it's
not
that
they
they
want
must.
to.
And then we, and then you've been to monitor and report progress against strategic priorities. How do you do that? Hey, guys.
Monitor.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Monitor and report progress against strategic priorities. What is, how does that,
Monitor, report progress, and report progress towards strategic priorities.
Yeah.
Did someone
Do
get
you-
sick
do
for
you
like 2
have
weeks
something
now?
that you-
Yeah,
Or
I
you're
don't know.
planning and you need help.
We don't have anything,
You don't
not right now.
So I don't know how they were.
It's just
Well, no,
something
no.
put out there,
Just
because
so
that
we're
would have
clear,
impact on
everybody
communication,
except for the
coordination,
officers,
projects.
everybody basically reports
And
to
then-
administration. So it's a key, and I had this a lot with the administrator. That's why he has such a long report before, because it's your responsibility to come
Okay.
with
so,
forms.
so it's a city administrator's report.
That's correct.
It exists.
That's why we've been asking for that, but
No, but it's not a responsibility to,
Yes.
for the administrator to properly report the activities of the city.
Okay, so let's put this other one up.
Yes.
When we actually prioritize
Oh, we're not there yet.
Almost there, guys.
We're just on this one right now. So A to B.
Okay, and then you guys have additional repairs you can, and then after that, we'll take a break until 1:30. And then we're gonna switch, okay, but I would build this out if you can.
Oh,
Okay. So we just take these flip charts and
That's
just.
why I said it doesn't matter, or you go.
You're the guy. You're the one.
Well, we didn't do any measures for that.
Okay,
That's not-
I tried.
alright guys, we're almost there.
Well, we were doing.
Pardon me?
Yeah,
Just
I
before,
understand.
so I was like,
Yeah, so measuring success for the strategies.
What would you do, 1A, 1B, okay.
What you have to honor is that.
Okay, what do we have here?
We need success measures for develop and maintain rules and regulations.
that is one of the.
Okay. It's a,
Prioritizing water, wastewater.
it's a review,
So with that,
it's
with that strategy,
it's a,
we were focused on
it's as a minimum, it's a minimum.
all of that
Reviewed
before
by,
we go to Rick.
by,
But it's already built. What part
I
of
know,
it?
I'm just saying, I know, I'm not saying tear it down. I'm just saying,
because that's where
it's
that's where
pretty
it starts.
So you're all looking at, it says,
So, but when I think about things that are successful measures of whether or not the strategies.
We're seeing
I'm just saying,
success of what.
To me,
I'm saying
the
one dollar.
inherent in
and
that
also on this
goes back to the goal is making
That's
sure
part of
that
it.
people know what we're prioritizing and what we're doing is to support our current infrastructure and
Right.
develop
Just like the
that
street,
has
there's
been happening around here. And so that would include something as simple as when the utility bills
But
go out.
on the development,
Saying, this project is going on.
Okay, but we
city
can
has
do
to
both.
build
And
these
review
streets
internally
and
and
city has to
review
make
with the
investment
community.
it's after review and update.
construction, you know,
That
placement,
okay, you're
And
whatever
review.
things are.
and review.
But something that's
Basically,
public
you're
facing,
reviewing all the.
there's
I
a
think
good
it's
business
provides-
to be done.
Yeah.
provides it.
Housing.
Yeah.
Is that the
Is there,
utility bill?
is there,
And
have
it's
you
also
looked at
paper.
it? Is there a
Yeah,
change?
but I mean, that's how I would run it, we have
Okay,
control
yeah,
of
that's
the
good.
information that goes out.
And then
And
two,
prioritize
review and update the master plan as needed.
I mean, that's what we do.
Just like that, you know, follow
Uh,
up on
I guess,
CIP
I
measures.
guess you have to
CIP
you
criteria.
have to-
So the measure
One of them
would be the communication
is
to
the date.
Communication
Test it.
success, yeah.
Well, see, like, one of the examples that they have underneath,
How often
where we
it's.
pulled these
We're
reviews,
5 years.
they got household measure is success is prioritized.
Yeah,
Projects
so
completed.
reviewing update the
Utilities,
master
tax
plan
and
as
benchmarks,
needed.
have
You
updated
I put annual review of
So,
our,
I mean, if
development,
we're
like,
prioritizing
the
rules and
these
regulations,
rules,
I
regulations.
think that's
So
the fact
the-
that
so
each
the
of the projects are getting.
The master plan,
We're gonna do those technical.
Supposed to be every 5 years, but I don't think lived in that. I'm not sure.
Every 5 years.
No,
And then, I was gonna say, that's
Very
good.
flat.
I would say
That's
so,
a-
because conditions can change
Okay.
regularly, so I would say
Every 3
not
years.
exceed 3
Yeah.
years to review
I like
and
it.
revise.
So
that.
review that.
A little more
That's
inclined
right.
to go with the,
What's the conditions?
the progress.
Yeah, they do.
acknowledgement
Well,
progress.
we're-
Yeah, acknowledgement
They
progress
allow
is
you
then
to go up
going
to five,
to
man, five,
they
they're changing the order.
Handfully, but now it's kind of.
Okay,
Assessing infrastructure service.
It's just
and
full
financial
information.
And as quick as we're going, that could.
assessing
That's
infrastructure,
right.
service, and financial impact.
And conceptualize.
That's all, that's, yes,
So it's annual.
that's annual.
Okay. And then evaluate city's operational capacity and staffing.
That is also an annual.
Okay, there you go. All right, you guys
Good
just
job.
done?
Go ahead.
Let's do it.
And they're not gonna get
Say
crushed
no,
out
no.
of it.
Is there something that's an add?
It's not, like I
See,
said,
like, see, like, it's good.
That's what I.
they're gonna review everything and they'll probably complete everything that's not.
I just
Something
need
to
for,
change
for,
in time.
for our prioritizing of this,
Whole assessment.
But it would be great to have.
right, and that's by projects that are completed, because if we put that as a priority, we should be able to have projects completed and we can remember.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah,
but also very common, notice too. That,
well, the other way I think it is, you could measure
Yeah,
it is
it's-
future annual budgets.
which
Because
today,
if your priorities aren't budgeted for, then obviously
priorities change.
they're not priorities.
Absolutely, that's very-
Okay,
So that's
But
another
if
way.
they push too much down.
So the project completion, and then
You have to justify
also
it.
appropriately allocated.
You don't just say, well, I'm
budget
sad,
budget
Because that tells you where you're
hypothetically, for
prioritizing.
example.
That's
You don't
nice.
need to it,
Those,
Yeah,
those,
but that's
reasons
not what
why
you
they,
look at it.
Yeah.
And you said that was important, but.
I get it, but I want to make this comment, you disagree, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
Budget.
appropriation.
We're spending 70%.
Okay, you guys wanna take your break now? 11:30, we come back and we're gonna switch, we're gonna switch these, flip charts. We're gonna get a chance to review
I don't.
that work and decide if there's any changes.
But I, okay.
You're not starting from scratch.
I'm a certified state.
It should be easier.
Okay. That's sometimes being a good thing.
Oh, we're going to recess this meeting at 11:19 p.m.
Yes.
For how long?
Put it out of the way.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Till,
Okay,
that's 11:30, I think.
For 11 minutes, thank you.
I will be just a sec.
Toby,
Yes, sir. Bear in mind.
look at these tortillas.
We are back now. We are.
Oh, okay, before I can call it back to order, I have to have one more council member.
Okay.
Oh, wait,
They can
All right.
get their lunch.
all right.
Last night, I was like,
Excuse me. It is, just so y'all know, the live stream is running, and it is 11:32 a.m., and we'll call the meeting back to order. And as part of this, we'll be working through a working lunch, so everybody enjoy your lunch while we're having this, let's go on.
Thank you.
is anyone else involved?
All right. Okay, so let's kind of walk through what we're going to be doing. So regardless of where the groups ended up, right, we're in round 2. So round 2, we're switching, right, assignments. So you're now going to be reviewing what the other group did in terms of the priority, right, the goals. And the goals may be slightly different than what was in the bank, right? Because this first group has decided what they think the goals should be. They've also identified strategies. And for some of the strategies, we have success measures. So your job is to review what's there. You can edit what's there, okay? It's having a second set of eyes to look at it. They're not part of that first group discussion. You can look at the bank, but you can also just look at it and decide. If you like it the way it is, you can leave it. If you think that there are some refinements you want to make, you can do that. The other thing, though, that some of the groups did not get to, if there's no success measures, you can create them, okay? The other thing that we wanted for you to think about was implementation challenges. What do you anticipate? And also to be able to maybe kind of call out some potential priorities to really, I mean like very specific action items that you would like to see come out of it, let's say in the first 18 months. And I know I've got some questions here. What's missing? What should change? You know, is it realistic? Are the measures meaningful? It's the highest priorities, right? So what would you like to see in terms of action in the next 18 months, right? What I found with strategic planning is that even though you try to see the end result 3 years from now, it's difficult. So the best you're probably going to be able to do is really focus on the next 12 to 18 months. And what are the things that you want to see materialize out of this plan? Because you're going to be updating this in the next year. And that's going to allow you to consider where you've been, what are the priority items for you right now. Who knows where things will be, in a year from now. So I'm just saying, you don't have to think all the way to the end of 3 years. Do your best to think about 12 to 18 months. So in the earlier example, I'll go back to this. This was the example, right? So this one here was around infrastructure and community access, just as an example. Challenges, barriers, was funding, staffing, regulatory requirements, and then pulling out maybe 3 priority actions, infrastructure capacity assessment, prioritizing the top 5 capital projects, developing a funding strategy, right? You want to see, so you want to consider, maybe just 3 high priority things that could come out. And that, I think, gives the city administrator and the staff to consider what you feel is most important as action items over the shorter term. That's to make sure that materializes in their operational plan sooner than later. Okay, does that make sense? So where we are right now is looking and just make sure, keep the goal. What the intention is, do we have the priority or do we have the right goals? Okay, ask you to limit it to 2. if possible. The only way you would create a third goal is because you're looking for something that you feel is not there, okay? Look at the strategies. Right now, they're creating 2 strategies for each goal. If you really feel like something's missing, decide what you want to change about the strategy. If absolutely needed, add another strategy, but I'll tell you that the more strategies you have, the more work. And then make sure we've got the right measurements. And some things are harder to measure than others, okay? And then for each goal, or for each priority area, to really pull out 3 high priority action items you want to see achieved early in the plan, okay? The first 12 to 18 months. Does that make sense? Okay, so this will be a working lunch for us. We were gonna go to 12:30. And then we can take a break and then do a report out where each group will show us what their final outputs are on these goals.
Got one down?
I know that's.
Did you record what we did, do something and wrote it down?
They did use the verbiage where we said prioritize. Oh, all of the strokes.
Sorry, I didn't.
Yeah, that's.
Tobin loves
Yeah, you can take that if you need it.
Cheeks, good.
Wasn't everything? Your son?
Got goat cheese.
We got goat cheese over here. I ate it.
Angora goat or what?
Honey goat.
Oh. I know y'all were real worried about it. That is the rat. It did, yes.
She knew what it was.
I know.
It was on the rat.
Try to open his mouth.
She said no, it's sweet
Can
cheese.
you
I said,
expect that?
But she didn't answer the goat part.
I was cleaning the cat.
So they squirted honey on the goat. And put it in that box.
Alright, so are we starting with responsible growth?
They were giraffes.
Alright. It's the growth. I think they did a great job.
Yeah, it's right. There was all carpet.
So you like a goal of growth line, tactical vision and long-term community priorities?
What price you got?
I think it would be a vision
Hey, for now,
statement
look at the price.
that makes sense.
Oh, they're gonna line through.
We got rid of the street, we got rid of
If you all agree, that's great.
They're gonna line
Or
through.
even at night.
Red.
Really never got off.
I asked you your
Like, I think you have the idea of like.
Somebody supposed to,
We're gonna have to.
Oh, it's all over, man.
You know,
They got
regulations.
Our
Bob, he said he looked out his window and seen him up there in a whole.
Well, they're gonna be NFB organizations, yeah. That's all. And then the national plan, yep, absolutely.
They have plans.
So I guess
Well,
incorporate the
Parks
airport.
and Parks.
I'll see you next
Yeah,
week.
Parks and Parks.
Library.
There should be a plan.
That's part of it. That's all part of it.
Well, it's being separated out.
Just me, it'll be all
Well, at
right.
any rate, you just know that there's more.
Yeah, that's all plans.
When you were going.
I think, and actually, not for nothing, I think that maybe there should be.
Or did we
a-
started it
And I suspect that probably, maybe perhaps, I did a lot, I think that we need
it's immediately acknowledged, like, hey, we're wanting to do this or whatever, so we need to move that master plan. We do have a history of master plan going to the wayside.
Yeah, well,
That one's the way, you know.
5 years.
Or did that one?
Not as needed.
Me too. Sure.
5 years is.
You had it all written down.
But we can reduce it down though, instead of as
We
needed.
thought it was.
I don't like the way they're writing it. I want that it's not.
You do every 2 years, every 3 years.
Yeah, as needed, as needed, makes it sound like that's gonna fall by the wayside. That's what that's not being done. Yeah,
And we don't want to be doing it like every week or once a month.
right, so,
That's-
what,
2 to 3 years? What we feel?
Let's down with the measurables.
annual review, but so you should have as needed.
Okay, never mind.
No, I think you need a schedule to review it annually at least.
Yes, all AGS is all.
Well, that would tie into the CIP, because the master plan projects come out of that.
Right.
And so that review would happen anyway, annually, when we do our CIP review. But the overall nuts and bolts, you know, besides the,
Bless you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, you
One of the timeline on that.
3 years.
Well, we have
How
that
many years?
down, but I think the way that we discussed it was yes, but which is, that's okay.
We said,
We had it all.
You didn't write it down.
well, no, they have it on
Those
the measure,
strategies.
they have it as a measurable.
Oh.
Cause it's saying not prioritize, and it's saying just
You know,
maintaining
review and update.
and.
Yeah, that's confusing.
That's not.
That's wrong.
So your measure is project.
Okay, go apart. You're telling me we're wrong.
No.
This is where.
We got our child over here that says you're wrong.
That's true.
Okay. Goal number 2. That supports long-term sustainability for community members.
oh, those are the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, those are the measures.
Ultimate.
Yes. So project completion.
What is
We
that?
have to have budget
What?
priorities.
No, 1.2 goal is develop, support.
Long-term sustainability.
Yeah, you have to fund it.
That makes no
Yeah,
sense.
you have to.
That's bad English.
Well, okay, but if you look at the strategy, it's fine, that that's gonna give us some context, but it's.
Oh, the development supports long-term sustainability and community benefit.
Oh, it's how you read.
So what are you talking about now?
Yeah.
Well, they put project completion first, and then
The numbers that are.
second, it should be opposite.
Okay.
No, first you have to define the project.
Yay, nay,
Then you have to appropriate the funds. Then you did.
and I mean, that's the one that actually.
Which is
Well,
last.
that, I think that's what they have in their strategies, so prioritize, water, waste,
That's fine.
water, waste,
That's
water,
great.
streets.
Okay,
But
so
to your point.
strategy,
That's out, yeah.
infrastructure,
Well, it's all,
service,
so, but
and
Didn't we consider
Well, this is.
all,
we said
We put all.
all infrastructure maintained, owned and operated by the city. The, just so we're clear, and if you guys don't agree with this, it's okay. You don't get the money when you look for a project. You
Curious.
figure out the project that you have.
I mean, that's one of the ones that.
Well, they have it written.
Also strategies, that's.
Yeah, yeah.
Service.
Completion comes out.
A major, of, here it says of major
But I'm just
development proposals.
We have to identify the projects. Go find the money.
That's
Whether
correct.
it's grants or.
So that's.
I
See
read it,
the fund budget appropriation.
I wanted the project to add in there,
Fund
you
budget.
don't,
But
it's
it's
my
it's
mind.
inclusive and how much.
you don't wanna have it be something that
In
we're
order
making decisions based on
infrastructure, which is.
strictly monetary things.
So
So, like,
development proposals.
so like financial and
Right.
resident.
Collaboration.
But something along those lines, that actually makes it really clear that the development that we want to bring in supports long-term sustainability for community benefit. Making sure that that community benefit
When
isn't,
it comes to growth.
can also include quality of life. That it's not a matter of like dollars and cents.
Talk to them.
That's my total
Well, yeah, I mean, so like, we're making sure that they
So,
allocate our,
so
to do something, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so things that, to me, the contrast point would be, okay, so we have possible financial impact if we put in, a big box store, like, you know, or we wanna put this, we wanna move some of these fireworks people. Like, so, just something a little bit smaller. But I don't know if I worry about this, it's just a early process. I don't think I think it's real.
Long time ago.
I got that.
Long time ago, people in the TJ had to go through the city planning council. The law changed to allow a city to.
The rest of the sentence that it didn't appear was up major development.
So, yes. So.
Looking at financial impacts and service impacts and infrastructure impacts.
Somebody must have developed it or TJ, they would have come.
That never brings us a whole deal of that.
It's a good old general principle, whether it's
Because people had to vote.
I like that, financial developers, yeah,
right?
So that's still.
for development support.
Coordination.
And even financial impact, that even allows us to do something like, you know, we want more people having small businesses here. Okay, well,
But they have.
under that financial impact, and that gives us something that's about quality of life in the community.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So, yes, it comes back.
And, I mean, there was another where, I didn't see
So I
it.
have thoughts about it, but no directions or.
Yeah.
Not,
But it's-
that's good motto.
Capacity staff.
No, right.
Everything we do
Okay.
is its first one.
Golden mixture.
And things that just go super crazy. I see the budget allocation. Things, like that's the review, but actual how much money are we putting into
It
it?
doesn't matter.
What's that?
So, annual review
All
of
depends on what
budget
Yes, yeah.
and
Then their strategies of
So,
outcome.
attorneys.
Also for like the
Concise.
two.
Yeah, what outcomes are doing,
They're loyal to.
outcomes, right,
to evaluate capital improvement.
slash outcomes.
But annual review of budget.
Start out.
Annual review of the budget.
And you read it at the end. That's completely.
An impact and outcome,
Amen.
Yeah.
an outcome of the development of the project, or whatever you want to say. Outcome of what?
Well, our city principals, did we,
But the CIP is.
did they allocate free space for everybody to utilize or whatever it is? Did they do that? Did they bring their own walks? Did they, you know,
Because.
those are the actual things that they,
They got people doing.
by our definition, I'm just saying specifically.
No, but that would be the outcome.
Oh, you know what, something else, especially things that are outside, it might be a really worthwhile thing to track, because they don't have to do it. No, they just go to have something to be like, well, is that what we want ideally, right? How far can we get them down the line through these things, and kind of measuring the progress. They're not figuring out like, well, are we actually getting these things that they don't have to give us, or are we being successful in our negotiations? Or are we, there's just a spot where it's a lot better.
So, in review of budget and a percentage of,
Or like, yeah,
Our-
kind of like
our-
percentage
our
of
ones-
blue shots.
yeah, our ones versus what their.
Moonshots.
Yeah, like you shoot the moon,
Oh, moonshot.
right there, your moonshot. These are all the things that like, man, would be
That's
fantastic.
what we
Yeah,
want versus
but
what,
this is what they actually have to give us. There's shines is there. You know, how can we appreciate it?
Right, that's for infrastructure service and financial impact. That's the budget there, but how else are we gonna, you know, on development support, long-term sustainability of the community? Is the community, the long-term sustainability of the community. What else?
That's all talking about infrastructure.
Is it like community?
So if you wanna touch on community.
Or it's community benefits?
Well, it says development supports long-term sustainability for community benefits. And we're looking at the measure, yeah, and the measurement they had on here was annual review. We added a budget and annual review of what,
Right.
because I'm looking at development and, okay, an annual review of,
And, contracts.
Yeah, contracts.
I agree with that.
Develop
Or agreement.
Agree with it.
development,
yeah,
developers,
yeah.
development agreement.
Very good.
Yeah,
Six
how well
months,
did it
that's
deliver
fine.
on those agreements, right?
Uh-huh.
Then you need some more.
Actually, those are gonna be any strategies for.
Okay.
They did.
Houston is right.
Number one.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was 2A. So 2B, I got evaluate the city's operational capacity, staffing, and long-term payment.
Point three, in lieu of the.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
That's just an evaluation.
I think that makes sense. I'm also very curious about growth and development, what our retention rates are in different departments to see whether or not we have the institutional history and knowledge, or if we're churning and burning through staff, and that's something that we need to recognize and so under the staffing evaluation, you know, how many people do we have that are
And your view of employee turnover or employee satisfaction?
It's in the middle, I know, so I think, there are, I usually hear them referred to as like 360 reviews.
Yeah.
So where they're anonymous reviews by your peers and by the people underneath you. And so developing something along those lines where one we can see how long. I'm not gonna get into like how to make that anonymous and like genuinely anonymous, that it
Annual
has
satisfaction.
It's like but something very that has statistical significance to it.
Yeah.
Not like Nicole pulled together a survey.
Yeah, we had the same thing, and it's basically, it's anonymous, you go in, you're like, all right, what's your job satisfaction?
But I think that a part of that annual review should include an evaluation of staffing and retention. Something along those lines.
Like, we have the staff turnover,
You're making
and
one step
it was likelihood, you know, are you satisfied with the one, what's the likelihood that
I didn't give an opportunity for communication.
How you doing?
You know,
staff satisfaction evaluation?
How do you want
Or,
us to?
but it's something
Not
that
evaluation,
goes, but something that is evaluation that is generated from actual communication or actually doing work.
Yeah, surveys.
Excellent.
Does not attest to anything when we're doing assets.
Yeah,
Other than
we already had our discussion on this stuff,
So
yeah,
we
remember?
making
I would text you guys, and
leaving houses also.
they would come to me and tell me why they were leaving, but they didn't want to say anything on their exit thing because they didn't know.
So-
Well, you also do on your exit.
Well, that came up here, they would say,
Well, that's the
the
institution that's
infrastructure
will
will
not
not
be
be
assets.
assets, this is.
Well, no, no.
Like that's a real thing.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, it is.
yeah. Oh, yeah, I know it is.
So that's good.
Here lately, there was a,
You know, and we're this is more
But-
legitimate.
Legitimate.
but we need
But I
to,
think that was a part of the,
So that
our
has,
success.
this is the part
And
that
it's
we
something that
were
we can track.
struggling with.
So can we omit keeping assets and just keep it?
Okay.
Okay, so,
And you would know.
Yeah, and I think
So,
the original,
annual review, you wanna say
Original,
annual review or?
Well, there's already an annual
Priority
general
areas.
review, I guess, of the city's operational
Had,
capacity.
you know,
And then I would
Right,
think,
so if we
um,
just say
so you
stringent
can already have it, like an annual
and get rid of
staff
community assets,
Yeah.
these two goals are actually.
right, or you could say, well, you want to change
No, no,
this.
no, no, no.
Job satisfaction survey. Are they satisfied with their job and everything that's going on around them?
Well, we're talking about the same thing, we're just
Yeah.
using different language.
Yeah.
But yeah, some,
Right,
yeah,
right,
so
so we're
going
gonna
specifically to the establishing what is the quality of your life,
This
this
is
is job.
primarily
Do you want to
infrastructure.
Transparency is everything is reporting.
Yeah,
But, yeah, okay.
yeah.
So yes, staff annual staff survey, satisfaction staff survey
They make
there.
this one all about that frustration.
Yeah, making clear that it's a survey,
And they make this one
And-
about
you know,
the residents being able to experience what the community assets were, which is the parks and all of those things. So this was more about,
I really feel like I've got something that.
this one here is community
Part of
assets,
an
and
annual
sure,
review,
parks would fall
I
under
would
this
just
as well.
say that
But I think the way that they were
the
looking
city
at this
admin would be like, hey,
Continuous.
yeah,
is that they wanted to make sure that the capital
yeah, I mean, to
improvements,
me, it's,
these really.
You're gonna have to buy X,
support-
Y, and Z.
And that's how they were looking.
there's not like 100%
So we
change
said
that
it's
I might put on a city admin.
Well, I
but
think it's
long
also
term
infrastructure,
efficiency,
maybe equipment
that should be a
assets.
priority in the job and being aware of what's
Could-
going on
could.
and
If
admin.
we wanted to make it really about
Yeah.
Because we
infrastructure,
got-
I think that's kind of what it is.
Really advocating.
We could do that.
Hey, this is what we have long term,
And
equipment assets we need to address. And, you know, do these other things, but just to be clear,
And
you're prioritizing this over that,
Right.
right?
it's not like we have a giant.
So,
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think
But-
the other thing that helps,
are
and
we
what
moving
you
on
don't see are the
to
priority
strengthen
statements,
governance?
that's at the tab before. So this one here for infrastructure, it says invest strategically in infrastructure.
Okay, so now we're on strengthen governance, trust, organization,
Life. But then when we go over to the quality of life,
Okay.
oh, see.
I like
first
goal
page,
one, I
yeah.
like the first strategy,
So they must have,
to me, I come back to the same thing, if it's not constructive communication, it can be incredibly effective and incredibly destructive,
Quality of life.
and certainly.
So assets, so community assets doesn't actually.
So,
It's quality.
but,
Yeah, there you go.
I think the governance roles,
That makes it a
yeah,
little
the
bit
responsibilities,
QOL.
and also not for
Yeah.
nothing,
so that's,
Like I
that's
said,
still.
this
okay,
is
but
really,
community
this
assets-
is really about
is getting,
the character of the community and quality of life.
getting
And
teenagers
this
and
then,
getting more
infrastructure,
people
community
involved,
assets and whatever you
and
choose
there
to
is
change
a great
this to.
disparity in
He's
between
really making sure that the infrastructure supports the growth and
the general sense of
the
character
benefits of the
of those
residents.
who are involved in politics. And so clarifying the roles, the responsibilities, the expectations, and then have.
Are we okay with
the follow training?
I just wanna
Well, community assets would be the equivalent,
Teenagers are really,
the
really.
quality of life would be, I would make sure that those areas, the equipment, really identified and also.
I just feel like community just throws me off, because I always wanna see city assets.
Right, that's fine. That's fine, I understand it.
Well, then the city assets cover
Well, I think it's.
Yes.
The infrastructure. portion of it, yeah.
Right,
Correct.
because this then allows the residents to enjoy what the city has
Yeah,
built for them. But
One of the things.
And there's not a framework for that now, right, on the city website, where it
It's something the
says the
city
structure
has
of our
struggled with.
government.
The city of
But I
Castro,
don't know that we have the,
3,000 population census probably estimated close to
I think those
But Castro
responsibilities
Union
as
versus
well, but
4,000.
Uh,
So
I
do we make our plans for the
provide
city of Castro? or for
initial
the community of Castro?
initial
So-
orientation.
So,
Mm,
so
I
because,
think that's up to you.
I know,
Right,
because
you
right
also
now,
have the revenue.
Yeah, but I mean,
Or-
continuing
okay,
to
but
every year we have
we
you know,
represent
there's
cities of 4,000.
Well,
We
that's
don't
development
represent
opportunities,
50,000
I would consider that,
that have
GHG
council
should
address.
fall under that.
So, we have,
Orientation themselves down
No.
the street,
so we have to
that makes
balance
sense to
with,
me. I think
is
Yeah.
addressing the needs and wants of these folks versus
I just don't know what.
everyone else. Because this,
Exactly.
that's, thank you, exactly my point. Exactly my
Is
point.
that
But a lot of people in the
Also,
outlying
wanting
community
to make
are
sure that
influential,
effective communication doesn't
So
at some
if
point
they
in time in
get
the future become
personal, when
misconstrued
you say, thank you,
Nicole gets to go down the
go
pool and
back
tell
home.
Jonah
Okay,
what
I
programs
live,
he
I
needs to
live
do.
in, I live in an area
He's got to
that's
do that.
You understand where I'm going?
I live in unincorporated.
Now, maybe,
Yes,
So whenever the city of Austin has the ballot, and there's initiatives, and I show up to vote, they go, you're
not a resident of the city.
yeah, yes,
Yeah.
Right,
And you don't receive city services.
correct.
Your HOA has private contracted services, so the city of Austin does not provide electricity,
also,
water.
I
So
think one of
we
the
can't vote
things
on our initiatives because you're outside.
that's,
And that's where it comes into working with these things through the terminology. Is what does your goals and objectives apply to?
you know
And
what?
I don't pay the city taxes,
Right.
Now,
I'm not entitled.
You're not a contributor, but you're so you don't
I
have a
just
say.
like to
I'm using that as a.
I'm just saying,
No, it's not.
it makes sense that it's.
Yes.
Cash flow parents, and I did read our insurance and so on. I don't, the city go. I would say honor, bummer on the staff side of things,
Well,
but
We're supposed to use the verb goal, then you could
and
say,
oftentimes it's like maybe
could
members of
say,
the public will hear about it before you've heard about it. And so.
Honor
Castroville Spirit.
Oh, sure, I mean, it's a small one,
Would you put your name on
but,
it?
So casserole,
so,
heritage, and identity are, is an
right,
honor.
when things will change on
Yeah, I know.
the city side.
Use the verb in the
Oh,
goal.
No, we say honor here and then preserved.
Sometimes that's a staff member.
Like when the toilet
Honor,
was
or honor.
But well, that to me is like, that's kind of like an active.
Well, we have to
goal.
identify. We have to
I'm
identify
thinking
that
about,
God.
I'm thinking about,
That's
go
what
on,
it's
like,
defined.
okay, there's gonna be
You wanna
more
just say
construction,
casserole,
but more along the lines of like, okay, well, there's construction on the field deck that's happening. Right, but so you will
When
not
I would-
introduce accessibility to it,
I'm really,
is a staff member to come down when,
you realize there's a cash flow.
you get a call from a resident who's like, oh, I heard the.
Yeah.
It has a whole lot of.
Okay,
I didn't know that was in the works, but then there you are, and then everyone.
You gotta make sure you get your cash flow.
So I think that, I
So
know
that-
that, to me,
It's like
that
when you
timely
count
and
the-
customer
the-
recognition,
Well,
and
make
the
sure
staff.
you get-
So Casserville's
Very good.
Okay.
I mean, I don't like
Just
any
make
of
a
us.
reference.
voting
When
those
you're
things.
talking about heritage.
But they also say
Maybe
to
email
you,
or
if
anything.
you automatically do something that works,
Usually
Now,
don't.
that is not fair.
I think what it does.
you'll lose it.
Well, that's very specific, it's just asking.
No, it's very specific.
It does. It's just a
I
metric
just picked it.
You can't actually preserve it if
The
you
type of
don't have a
communication.
way code
right?
to ensure.
Tragedy
it's
was
So like your example there,
Coming in and
close
totally
to
remodel,
it doesn't even
they want to, and it's no longer.
that the pool, that, you know, they were gonna.
So-
People that show up at the
so-
pool last me, and I'm having to contact staff.
So the timeliness of it, so the timeliness,
Yeah,
the
so they put
timeliness of
promoting
it,
it,
I think it is
and
really
then
helpful.
update, maintain.
And then
ordinance,
also too,
code
when I
for
think of
historic
like remote communication, that means that when I'm talking to it's like,
I would
would we
talk
as opposed to, I just want to chat, so whatever, and like that's not what
Okay,
it's about.
I'm gonna ask,
Relationship,
I'm gonna ask you
right?
this.
So,
I wouldn't use that.
one,
Because
when you say
it goes without saying.
But,
Wonderful
but,
program.
but it's coming up because it's
Yes,
several
but
seconds.
we have
that's
several.
always
Right.
So,
Well, there's a lot of
are
things
you,
going on with
are you
that.
gonna identify one, or is it just?
And if you have a
Yeah,
problem with
that's
somebody,
what
you
I
just
mean.
say.
No, I agree,
As
because
the
I-
manager, you address it.
Border raised here, it's not like you're doing celebrating station.
No, I understand.
So,
I'm not trying to pick on that.
no, but it needs to
But
be
it's not,
discussed.
yeah, it is,
That is one of the things that he's known for.
Yes.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but, okay, promote, okay, we should do that. because
Professional,
right now,
and also,
promote
it implies there's a lot of
with-
disrespect,
I guess
unprofessional, or whatever.
How you do it comes down to the
That
next
just
level.
should be goes without saying.
This is
And whether or not
the
it's
hard
our
So
way.
it's a case by case
But-
scenario. Because I don't think
You can put the strategy next. Support the promotion,
Yes.
support,
Right, because you may not actually.
Right. where support the promotion of cultural heritage-based activities.
Yeah, I disagree. I think we're in a higher.
Because we're supporting,
And if
we're not
somebody is not here,
Right, this one would
we
be.
don't put everybody in
That
the
is
same.
not my
owner of
experience.
doing it.
But I
Right, but in
understand
that one, we're
You are where you are,
supporting
but I'm
promotion.
just telling you, it's not.
so support the open communication.
But you haven't
Does that
given
make
us
sense? Because we're not.
what examples
we're-
do you have?
We're supporting.
You have to know your lane.
Yes.
Yes. And this isn't gonna dictate
Well, that's
what the staff does.
Yes.
Open,
So-
so, they're effective in
Right, we're not the
communication.
lead.
Well,
That's where
We're supporting.
Well,
That's
it's-
not
A lot of
necessarily
people
the
look
year
at
contract.
it and say, okay, you're the guy, who puts the money.
But it fits.
well, they were just saying that if you're going to help preserve it, what exactly
Or
are
you
you
define
doing?
support.
And so they thought
Or
the city
it's a proclamation.
it'd be to make sure that it gets proposed.
So if you ever.
That we're either maintaining.
I'm not looking at it. I'm looking at
Promotion.
Yeah.
You're wrong.
There's nowhere else to put it. And then, oh, that's an
That
open
perspective is
place.
something that is subjective to functionality of the receiver.
What's it gonna
It's
draw
not
to
something
do?
that's really
What do you think,
being
Mayor?
measured going
The
out.
second one,
Is
is
it
it
something that's
code being
effective
built
for
a
you
little,
made out
just
to maybe
the
ineffective
whole
for
application
me,
go
but to
to-
say that
but
it
it's
needs
the
to
only
be
one that's
timely,
made
it needs to
specifically
be
to
Right,
this
right.
particular
Versus
format, and the state's
once
job
every
is to
3
make sure
days,
the ordinance.
then you
And-
gotta
Yes,
speak up
to
48 hours
support, to
before
provide the
Right,
support
right?
that's
Depending on
necessary
like
to
the topic
promote.
that is.
I mean, I'm tying it all together.
Yeah.
It-
What we need to do.
we,
I mean, something
Well,
that's
but
like,
the other thing
yeah,
is,
we're,
Oh, I understand.
there's 24-hour response.
yeah.
but part of the support
That's what.
is establishing
Right.
ordinances. The su-
Yeah.
It's a support.
Literally the first time
I mean,
I
you
heard
already.
Well, it's 24
It
It's
doesn't
just
put
real
us
slow,
in.
you know, but they're putting it here.
I just told you, I did part of it, I would
So-
use
so
part
I
of
agree.
it, you know, but I never did.
No, you're saying you did it, so-
Oh, I am, that is true, I thought you were like.
Yes,
Yeah.
we're supporting.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
what-
I am.
That's right.
Do something around that.
That's right. We're not gonna say, we're gonna set the guidelines.
Did they make this?
We're gonna have those.
Because we're
No,
gonna-
no,
I don't see it actually. Okay.
But
Yes.
then they were saying, and trying to
Not
not
everybody
everybody
has
has community, whether it works, they want somebody specifically.
Before they open it.
But I was here with
As long as we have
Paul Wine, and they thought about
Effective and
green, green spaces being its own, but then I said, no,
You can
let's
measure
just
that,
say,
but, you know,
if the residents are gonna kind of try to
Yeah,
involve
organizations.
community,
yeah,
it's about
because,
accessibility,
if somebody-
connectivity,
not,
green space.
you know, that respectful, it's gonna come out of if someone, if staff, if citizens go to a staff,
I'm not saying
and
that's
wrong
what
with this,
But it almost
And-
brings like,
citizens turn
oh,
around.
I'm looking
So,
at
They wanted to get something that links to its quality of life for residents and
you
being
get
able
both sides of the
to
story, then you can
enjoy,
also use that as a
what
pulse
the
check
city
of, okay, this is
has
what really
looks
happened.
like
We did
in
have
parks.
effective open communication with citizens.
So that's
That's
what they
what
were,
not had.
that's what they were, so.
I wanna, I have to
But as long,
mention
and that, and the open,
What I-
effective and
what I
open communication
don't want
shows the
to-
transparency that
I
the
understand,
citizens want. They
but I
want
don't wanna
to
make
have open
it
and effective.
goal
Making your
to,
responsibilities.
to
You know, and
resurrect
that shows the
well,
transparency.
providing the
of
city
being open about
2 or
everything.
3 years
Absolutely.
to go back to it, and that resurrects
Okay.
Yeah.
because
Open,
while I understand
needs
what's
to
going
limit
on,
it.
but when we put accessibility, that's all back from what? That's stuff.
Done.
Yes,
But
that's all
But
done.
I've already, but I've
This
already
is your
explained my
place to be able
reasoning.
to make
So,
changes.
that's why I was like.
But you understand,
That's fine.
I like,
You want that to have a good quality.
And remember, you have a goal that says the residents experience high quality of life.
I got it.
It's the
Clear
strategy.
decision making that's
Right.
transparent
Or
and
the
done aligned with city.
So,
I don't want to.
where you, that was your goal.
Clear and concise,
High quality of
decision
life.
making is
That's
transparent.
the goal of
accountable,
the residents
aligned.
is about. Now the question is,
To these.
I don't like that.
and if not, what would you
She
change?
could have put a couple things up.
Yes.
They put encourage initiatives that strengthens
Yeah, that's one of the
quality of
key
life. But remember, everything has to be measurable.
Right,
So your strategy should be something that you really feel, you could pass to the staff, you could pass it to work plans. That would affect how the departments operate.
Yeah.
Maybe it's new to the disabilities or support recreational. So do we get it?
Yes.
Very precise.
Like you see.
That's my question too. I'm trying to look short through my head.
I don't want to represent everybody.
No, I agree.
And so they don't have any.
Well,
any
and
access to
for like the first strategy, the first strategy clearly communicate decisions and now give us.
They get
As a
that.
effective meeting.
It's fail.
Well, the question is, how do you measure it?
That's,
Quality.
and,
Quality.
and how do you know it's clearly done?
Okay, try to.
That is my
Or, if you don't want to say clearly, you could put communicate or consistently communicate
I'm
decisions.
just making a comment.
It's already in there.
Okay,
Yeah,
you want
you're
high
having-
I still
quality?
believe in timely.
Okay.
Timely.
Did-
You do timely.
Yeah, timely,
Um,
communicate decisions.
Yeah.
Timely you can measure.
Yes, timely you can measure.
And you can put a standard to it.
Rules and regulations.
Just like, you know, utensils.
Wait a second.
Because
Oh,
why?
got it.
Because if we say maintain that level, then that should fall to the line. But if you start swaying them, well, I'm just thinking.
That's the hard part, like
Because
you
as
said,
we
you
change
have to
things here
measure
and there,
it. You have to
well,
measure
the line
clearly.
changes.
No, measure time.
Again, back to my thing, people,
So,
they like it.
We use it consistently a lot.
Ultimately,
Yeah.
as is the case now, they try to.
And if you have timely, you don't need consistently. So timely, communicated, take decisions and
And what
outcomes.
that does, it impacts.
Which means that there's a period of time.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we can measure that.
You have that.
Yep.
Your meeting minutes and your monthly.
It may
That can
improve
be
quality of
measured.
life to the
Yep.
people, entice them to come in.
Okay,
But
good.
how does that impact quality of life?
Oh, I'm not.
Okay,
Quality.
alright, another one is monitor, and report progress.
Yes,
towards
yes,
that.
I got what you're saying.
You don't, so, and that was the whole big driving force.
So it's
I
strategy.
understand what you're trying to do, this is impact to quality of life for
And each
everybody.
strength government,
So I don't know how
Yeah,
to
so-
say that.
clear, concise
So-
decision making is
Yeah.
transparent, accountable, and
Or you
aligned
can
with city
call it
priorities.
Okay, any changes, for
I think
example,
that would be tough one
changes,
to measure, because we're
what
strengthening governance
he made
trust.
to make,
See if city admin.
I don't know.
So I think for me, it's
the
trust
It's
is
tough,
just
it's
like
tough.
difficult thing to like
As
on quality measure.
Yeah.
You know, effectiveness, it's monitor the
Really,
scores.
the only way you measure that.
Maintain a high level of customer service
Yeah,
and public safety.
yeah, but that's kind of built into the.
Yeah.
Well, public safety is a big quality of life.
Well, and I'm tying it
It's not
to
just
customer
what
service.
you're doing, it's
Maintain
what
a high level of customer service and public safety,
I'm just,
Now, I
we'll just
think-
write it.
for example.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Strengthen governance
Because
trust.
that's a whole other issue. You want to
But I would also be curious to see
I said
what
maintain
the
a
potential,
high quality
measure
customer
of
service
that,
and public safety.
some kind of measure
Maintain high quality.
Customer services and public safety.
of citizen interaction.
Okay.
And not just
Service
people who
and-
show up to
and
have their 3
No.
minutes of
Yeah.
anger,
Come because they
criticism,
want
comments,
this.
but
Right, and then you
how
can
many
ask
people do we
yourself,
have,
yeah,
how
it's
is
not
it
measurable.
looking afterwards,
That's
like,
measurable
okay,
because we already did
how many
it before.
applications do
You
we have for
measure based
boards?
on,
What kind of advertising are we doing for our boards?
customer
Kind of
service
volunteer
report and
turnout do we have, like,
report.
how
Those are
stuff,
measurable.
Right,
you know?
exactly.
So this is
Similar
where,
strategies.
This is encourage
And so-
initiatives of strengthening quality.
and maybe that would get to us to some effectiveness.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but well, along with what you
again,
about
within the
decision
right.
making,
Right.
transparent, and accountable on the line with city road, do we really need clear insights?
Well, that's a go.
Because that is how we would measure.
Do you want to have anything
I
that
would
maybe,
agree with
I
you
know
on
you
this
said you
one,
don't want
I
to get
find
into
it to be
parks and
redundant.
all that stuff.
And almost to the
Makes
same
a
way
lot
where
of
this
difference.
was like,
Is there something
well, if
else
you're
the
saying
city
that it's not,
does
you have to say it out loud,
that
you're saying
kind
that
of
it's already
delivers on
happened,
this?
right? And yeah, there's,
So,
What is it?
is there something else that the city does besides customer service and safety?
we got trash bags.
Okay,
for our businesses, like small local businesses.
We could. I guess I was thinking along the lines
Maintain and
of.
manage the recreational areas.
Cause yeah, I mean, I think
Within
we
your
obligated
realm,
amongst
yeah,
ourselves
that you already
to
do,
do a
and it's
good
really for
job
the benefit.
of maintaining, regulating ourselves and being like, hey, when we have stuff that's out of discussion, we know that we get 2 bites of the apple, you know, that it's a 3-minute roll each time.
Yeah.
But I think we have to do that internally. I don't
Libraries,
think we have that written down, it's very common practice.
Well,
It's a matter of whether or not we remember that.
So, what was it?
And, you know, you got the city admin reports, but underneath that, would be.
Maintain,
We have people giving their input as far
Okay,
as,
so maintain.
you know, progress in the strategic plan, you know, priority, well, if we're making decisions, that's transparent.
That's a wide open
But
thing.
I think that there's something in there
Better,
that we
go
could
ahead
and should be doing
I covered it all.
that balances out.
Okay.
Because
So now you
people
better.
show up and they're only ever gonna show up, they're only gonna show up because
Right, so we have 1A,
I don't think that that's going to be
2A,
realistic
C.
for you.
And they didn't get
how
to that.
most
That's
people-
okay.
It's just, that's what you said, right, and if we haven't provided.
One, okay,
an
so
avenue
so
for
support the promotion of
them to engage.
cultural and heritage based.
Or maybe we do better, provide avenues for them to be engaged that will maybe be a measure of how confident they are.
Well, you let them, just, wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you done eating? You want to eat more?
One thing I would think of.
We can
No, I'm done.
Citizens satisfaction.
Up to you.
Businesses, that would put those sides and see how
Okay.
satisfied they are with us, with our decision making and
How do you
accountability.
measure the support promotion of cultural and heritage based?
And
Like,
That's
And it's
why-
not a name to like keep
Website.
restoring the stuff that I've done, but even like one of the things.
What else are you
where
doing?
talk about the survey,
Whatever you consider to be cultural and heritage
always
based.
usually
How do you measure that?
Almost like they're eliciting, who's done better. But to me, I look at that as an educational opportunity, like, hey, citizen, our
Shit,
data,
that's
we
mentioned.
have.
Is that it?
Yes, many parts of those programs have how used the library.
What is it?
Yeah.
The council was gonna
And
look
to
at,
kind
it
of
says,
choose in that
are
way
we
to
doing it?
engage more
How are you?
of citizen awareness of what we're doing.
And then they can grade us on, alright, how effective we are doing on, like our streets.
Yes.
How,
So, I mean,
grade us on,
I don't know either, I'm
our
just.
This is the relationship that we need to establish
specific
with
projects,
the,
or, you know, the explanation of why X project was prioritized over X. Just our communication across the board and everything.
Right, I mean, like they're giving you reports
Will be helpful
that, you know, that you tell me
Wait, when
something.
did that exist?
is being
Well,
realistic
no,
about
what
how
we
many
get
man
to,
hours
we have an
to
agreement
go
on,
into
we now have relays, because the council relays all the
Yeah.
things.
to that line.
So
yeah.
you can receive regular reports from the Congress. Okay.
There you go, I'm just saying,
Following
you need a
that.
mechanism.
Yeah.
And
that's
now
so-
it's
so
in, to my
receive and
mind, the
evaluate,
same kind of person that's doing
uh,
that stuff.
progress
and
reports,
does that,
partnership
or the
reports.
same person that's like,
You
okay,
just have to have
you
some way for
are,
us to
you've
know
got the Facebook
What
page
happened?
of the city
Right.
and you are putting out this that,
Whether
the
they're
other,
a partner
and
with us or not, we have a,
Facebook,
we're a member,
whatever.
we're,
It's like,
we're in,
okay, have we gone back to sometimes
and
putting
we have
flyers
ways.
at
No, I
the
think he
post
said
office,
it's
or
just
candies
the
or wherever, just like progress, like informational stuff, you know?
They still do,
It's not
that's
that,
not
we'll see
everybody else.
progress reports. from
Yeah,
members.
absolutely, and I
So
think
we
that's
see
the
our
progress
reports.
to acknowledge that,
From
and
each of
then,
them.
you know, and
And
then
all
after
that
that,
is like involved with the city.
to me, more robust metrics
Right.
for
It's really nice.
if we're
Chamber of
getting
Commerce
stronger,
and
if
other
we are,
economic
people
development.
are feeling that we're more
So
trustworthy,
chamber
but also at
and
the same
other
time,
economic
educating people about,
development.
hey,
And
this
other
is really
economic
our city,
development.
this is
Yeah.
really
Sorry,
our
it's-
impact.
Whoever's tracking,
Right, there's others trying,
But
Yeah.
instead of skipping
and
those
other-
services,
and other ED.
ED groups.
We were talking about, for a measure on the report
Can you write that
progress
so
towards
it's
the
good?
strategic
Okay,
priority.
that's it. So what about B?
Do a survey
Make
to
the
the residents
maintain
and
work.
the
meetings.
business
Annual
owners
review.
as an educational, hey, did you know? this, that, the other,
Annual review.
and
And this is an annual review.
rate us of,
Yep.
provide
That's our
that
whole
culture
business
that you
there.
actually are.
Reviewing it and also making sure that we're being.
That's what we can turn around, so
Review.
Annual review to ensure.
find
I
out
go to-
if we're being
Go to
effective
two-way,
in our
which is to
communication
maintain high quality.
and their trust and everything like that.
We do, regular reports.
You wanna sit here, is that easier?
No,
I
have terrible handwriting.
You got enough time.
Exactly, you're right in our process, that
Okay.
there actually was,
Okay.
what's
Okay.
broken in our process to where we're not
We
making
get,
our
work order
residents and
reports and
citizens
police department reports on activities.
So work order,
And police
It's been
department
a while, it's been a while, and it was only tailored
That's
to
correct,
certain
that's it.
things.
okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Second one is
we've had a
enhance
bunch
the
of them in the
Hispanic
past,
community
and one of
hubs.
the things
Okay,
that he's been like,
That's
kind of
pretty easy
closer
too,
and,
because
sometimes the surveys that we've sent in the past.
we,
have been
again,
kind of
regular reports on the
Yes.
operations
You're
of
not
what
getting
we have.
answers
Part-
to
part-
the
Very, very short.
information.
Well,
Well, those are not
okay.
short, concise, it has to be,
Monthly
it has to be
reports
articulated
on
in a way in
part
which you're not
activities.
Well,
creating
so it's
bias.
ladies under, yeah.
Okay.
We wanna know,
And capital
are we doing our
improvements.
job, are we
So,
communicating
Monthly
effectively,
reports on departments.
everything we're doing, everything
That's it,
that's
because then we know how we're
Did
doing
they
and
know
what we need to
that-
expand.
We do this via
Moving
our
people
days.
X amount of time.
Right?
Did they know
Right,
that
because
this is
we,
gonna be
each council member
happening?
is gonna.
Are you ready that the library
One,
has a
citizen
meeting
council
director?
liaison.
Yeah.
Well,
Did you know that?
I understand that,
Age,
but-
our
but
effectiveness of
basically, the thing is, we don't have things in function. And we don't need it.
And see, and now I got that about,
Yeah, we talk about extensions.
The only thing we didn't do, maybe we'll do this specifically, is
oh yeah, that's why I
do
can
the
bring it up
last
this
part.
time.
Okay.
Which is calling out like,
Did
there's
you
some
know
high
that they
priority
like,
things that you guys would like to see happen in the first 12 to 18 months.
Sure.
What might be some things we could pull out, which would then give the staff.
So stuff that we're like, oh, let's put in
You know what happened?
And that's a great way to,
Which
then
one you got?
everybody gets one piece.
Yeah.
But there's lots of folks that
But still.
don't get.
Or, yeah.
If you don't want
It's
to do that,
creating
what we could
space.
do is we could allow the city administrator
I get a text message about how
push
much I
together
owe.
the action items. They
I get that for sure at the time of that.
But,
Right.
I mean,
priority
we
action items based on
what's.
what's.
I don't do that. I understand, it's not something that's me.
Well, I mean,
Not everybody has
All right.
Yeah,
But,
Yeah.
but broadly, our outreach
Would be the very top priority.
in supporting like community education in the city.
Yes.
No, I think we'll work in our.
Yeah.
I'm great at
Yeah.
Margaret, but.
Do you wanna do a survey or not? Because we gotta gauge it somehow, so it'd be a survey. So.
Community awareness.
Survey.
Yeah.
So instead of city admin report.
I think those are a good metric too.
Yeah.
But I think that an actual ongoing effective citizen. Sure, it's mine.
We're good.
She can read it, she can put it all together on nice and pretty. It's mine, and I wrote the. You're absolutely. A lot of.
You took notes?
I
citizen and business,
I was gonna like awareness survey.
that's what I was gonna
It's
ask.
like city service awareness survey, or city,
Outside
whatever.
direction.
Oh, wow.
Right.
City.
So proper approach.
Services or
City service awareness survey.
This awareness.
Yeah.
You could-
But you, again, I'm not against surveys, but what?
Yeah,
Oh, I know, yeah, we're discussing it.
Yeah, it's a big idea, something that obviously doesn't work. Did you know that if you've done purchase past, then that means that you can buy, did you know that?
How do they make it? How do they make that correlation? All of that
And also, not only did you know,
Wearing a green uniform, we're all looking the same. You find out.
maybe give folks an appreciation for like, you know, that people, hey, you know, you use the library, you know, went down this street that we just redid, you know, you went to school, like, oh, you came to
Professors.
whatever.
And you're-
Yeah,
Did you know, you went to Fiorella, or you went to, did you do the Easter egg hunt, did you do the 4th of July thing, right?
Yeah, and, you know, we have
That's
challenges
the hardest.
even though there is no city limits here outside. Like what they're doing in 90 and.
that's
Oh,
awesome.
what the hell? If people
Oh, yeah.
don't realize, that's not us.
Yeah.
We can't train.
Trust me, I hear about it all the time.
You up.
I don't see this you can't train.
Okay, how are you guys doing?
We're good.
You know
We're
what
good?
We're pretty good now.
Walmart.
I see some right over there.
I used the official color now.
And that was wrong, you read
I
that.
have,
So we
I
couldn't,
have,
we couldn't bleed all over it.
and I was really hoping that.
We want to be honest.
She cheated.
No, they're not.
I was used to making, I was used to making things bleed.
So this one,
This looks great. They tell us.
Okay, alright guys, so we have a countdown, because we're scheduled for another 90 minutes. So let's go ahead and we'll do a report out. Priority number 1 was underneath here, right? So can we start with that? Start with that? Okay, so, we will get a person here to report out.
I wrote, you guys speak.
Yeah.
No,
Go,
you're
he's
doing
done.
so good. Yeah.
Alright, so let's take a look at, guide responsible growth and development. Okay, so talk about the goals, tell us what just kind of walk through so we can kind of see the changes that were made.
Okay, we agreed with the goal, growth aligns with Castroville vision and long-term community priorities. We like the first strategy, develop and maintain rules and regulations. I didn't say regulations, I said ordinance, it says those
Fair
words.
enough. Same thing.
I know, that's why we didn't change it. The second one, as needed, we didn't like that because it can fall through the cracks.
Well, we talked about.
That's why we added every 3 years.
We're good on that.
We were, so
You
yeah.
just write it down. Yeah, no.
So then, alright, goal 2, development supports long-term sustainability for community benefit, we like that. We also agreed with assess infrastructure, service, and financial impact, and as well as evaluate the city's operational capacity, staffing, and long-term maintenance, we like that. As far as your success measures, yep, internal exit, we had no problem with that, we had no problem with that. When it came to number 2,
Look at the red right.
I can't read that far.
Okay.
so they put annual review. That's
Yeah, that's for,
That's your ordinance.
right, for these.
So we added of budget and development agreements.
So say what it is you're going to do.
Yeah, instead of just leaving.
Yeah, it was pretty vague, we were confused.
That way we can identify the metrics. So then B, you guys put annual review, and we put on their annual staff satisfaction survey. That way we can find out if the staff is happy with what we're doing.
So that would be an additional metric, because you can still review annually operational capacity, staffing, long-term maintenance, but they also wanted an internal, review component from the staff. Okay?
And no simple city survey.
Oh,
Alright, they also worked on, priority number 4.
So strength, governance, trust, and organization effectiveness. So we turned around and we did the governance roles, responsibilities, expectations are clearly identified and understood.
We can't guarantee anybody will understand it. I'm serious.
Oh, I know, but
We have to
How
hold.
do you
we
measure
have to
that?
hope.
Yeah.
What's it, we got, you get,
Governance roles, responsibilities.
Or you could say clearly communicated.
There you
You
go.
have control of that.
That's a better.
So when you're doing the orientation, or you're providing them with it in
Don't
writing,
they need to be identified though, because if they're not communicated very well, then, I mean, I.
First we gotta identify what they
Yeah,
are.
what are they?
okay, so identified and communicated.
but you're wrong. You can line up 6 people, tell them, and they're all,
You know what?
say, yeah, I heard you, and
We
they walk out
definitely-
understanding you differently.
We definitely need to lean on Leroy's input, because this is the information that we are handing down.
Yeah.
And
So
so.
identify.
So whatever I say.
I just-
Okay,
Two-
alright,
Get on that.
so do you
This
wanna,
one, setting aside, understood, setting aside understanding, but to be identified and then to be publicly available, right? Because we could say communicated, that can mean a variety of things, but we need to have something in hand that can be given to people, that people can read, that people can indeed, that
That's
has
a big
been
part of the
identified.
communication though. Communication is paper, verbal,
Yeah,
on
but
email,
the
all that
understanding of it and then the actual like, here is the thing.
All of this will be
Right,
available
this-
on our website. Won't it?
not everybody has a computer.
And not only, yeah, and also too, it's just
Yeah,
people
no,
hunting and pecking time.
All right,
okay, so are we changing
Yeah.
understood to communicated, or are we leaving it as understood?
Communicated's fine.
Communicated, okay. I don't think you measure understanding, and that's
Exactly.
the hard part. Yeah.
Yeah, you can-
Alright,
Okay.
No,
Alright.
I identify.
alright, yeah, we like the identify. Alright,
Okay.
so under your strategies, we like number 1, provide orientation and development opportunities for elected officials and staff. Number 2, we want to promote effective and open communication between council and staff.
Okay.
Goal number 2, we hated the clearing slides, we removed that. So we just did decision making is transparent, accountable, and aligned with city priorities. So, under strategies, we went take out clearly, and we said timely, because timely you can measure. Timely communicate decisions and outcomes. Get rid of consistently.
Because timely would mean it was consistent.
Let me understand on that one. You changed it to remove decision making?
No, we just said remove clear and concise, and just make,
Decision
that
making.
is transparent, and that really is.
I'll draw you a
I
picture.
thought we were gonna remove this.
No,
I'll draw you a picture of that.
okay, alright, so timely, because they said they can measure that.
You can
because
measure time.
Your meeting minutes, you know when they went.
Okay. We had no problem with monitor and report progress for strategic priorities. Under your measurements, we had no problem with 1A and 1B. 2A, we had no problem with. 2B, we added a citizen and business city awareness survey, like, did you know XYZ? Or have you used XYZ? That way we can see how effective our communication is on certain things.
I don't have a problem with it, but historically, the surveys are not good.
I know, but
Yeah,
There's
that's
some-
discussed in detail.
They're-
surveys, no matter what, when you do a survey,
They're stacked and racked, and
Yep.
you get on there. I happen to know someone that used 5 different email addresses and filled out a survey 5 different times. So, and that happens.
Well, but
Who was
this particular survey.
I know more than one person that
But
did
this
that.
particular survey, the way that, you know,
We're talking about it is it's less about tell us what you want, tell us what's wrong, and we're gonna change our priorities, and much more focused on, did you know the public library has these programs? Have you been to the library? Did you know that we've been working on this street? Have you seen whatever that's coming in, so that way, not just going out looking for
Well,
problems.
it also encourages,
yeah.
encourages
Some trust and some
Just make sure you're
appreciation that
facilitating.
you just don't hear from the city when, or you just don't interact with the city when you have a problem. You can actually see meaningful progress being made.
So just so
We can't control the response, we can
No,
control
no.
the delivery.
right.
And as long as we're making
But
efforts to communicate.
that's less of a survey and more of an information.
but it lets us know if we're communicating clearly and effectively to our citizens.
I just told you, the responses are skewed.
I know, that's with any survey, but.
But if you clearly define things, and instead of, I wanna be really good for a second. In a newsletter, instead of writing 4 pages about the park, you need to write papers about what's meaningful to people as a whole. I.e., did you know the library does this, which we do a good job doing.
Yeah.
Okay, but, it's kinda like you leave them in the water, it's
I
not make it great.
I know.
So, we do provide a lot of that information, but maybe we need to do a better job.
Well, surveys aren't bad, because that way at least you have some.
Some kind of way to measure. And if it doesn't work, then we don't have to do it anymore.
Right, we don't have to do as long.
And at least you know that you did your part.
Correct.
Obviously, you'd like to see an increase in
Sure.
community engagement, but you can't guarantee it.
Right, okay,
It's just that,
I'm good.
it's exactly like voting.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You make it available, but you can't make people come and actually do it. And unfortunately, decisions are made by a smaller percentage of people who chose to show up and
That's correct.
vote. So that's the hardship. Okay, so we're moving on, and since they included the verb, and we'll make sure that I go back and put invest, best infrastructure and city assets. And the other fourth one, the verb was, preserve. Okay, all right, so let's come up with, this was our second goal.
Great,
okay?
so initially started off as infrastructure and community assets, but then reading the goal and the strategies listed, we were kind of hung up on this community, the term community reference to the goal and strategies that you all had.
Well, yeah, and let me just say too, that the discussion that they had was they said you have the city of Castroville, and then you have the community of Castroville, which is outside the city limits.
Take, for example, the city, the census is 3,000, estimated is close to 4, but the mailing address is over 15.
Right,
So are we writing this for the community or for the
Assets.
city? So we need to focus on the city's needs,
because it felt
As a
like
priority.
the revenue they
because
get
that's who contributes.
is from the
Based on the
city. And so they can't, if you extend them out to the community assets, then you're extending the resources out to people who.
Now, we don't necessarily have any control.
Right, you don't have control over those assets, but you also don't get any revenue from those assets. So they change it to city. Okay.
So we agreed to the prioritized water, wastewater drainage and street improvements. And then for the only change to your second one, maintain and modernize, we decided to insert all aging infrastructure assets. And then, I guess this is your measures, we decided to flip them. So budget appropriation would be first, and then budget completion would follow.
Okay.
And goal number 2, capital investment, prioritize and align with strategic priorities. Okay, we agreed to that. No issues with the strategies, establish concise criteria to evaluate capital improvement projects and the strengthen coordination and communication for projects that span across departments. And then of course your measures for that was CIP criteria, CIP mid-year review, no issues with that, and then weekly, monthly, timely, or tracking of projects.
Right,
No issues.
okay.
And then
This is the one that looks like they got more. Okay,
so we decided to
same thing, took out,
oh,
and I think they went
community
back.
assets and then said insert quality of life.
Well, because the quality of life, I guess, was there before, and they were also saying that, again, community assets is something I think they were like, well, we can't do all community assets, so. Okay.
So for the goal, we decided to remove preservation and celebrating, and preserving and celebrating. So we don't want to start it off with the action.
Yeah, that's what we went through.
So instead, we said Asheville's heritage is honored and preserved instead.
Okay.
We do like the word honored, because that's basically what we're trying to, that identity, we didn't feel right with the term identity.
Well, they were
So there's
saying,
multiple identities, right? So just in honor. And then strategy 1A decided to replace promote with support promotion of culture and heritage.
because they said as the city doesn't actually do this.
Doesn't always lead
There are
in
other
those efforts.
entities that do.
Yeah.
Will we provide the support necessary?
No issue with the second update and maintain the historic or ordinances and code of historic.
For our, the ordinance is-
Integrity.
Yeah, we're fine with that.
And that by updating and maintaining those, that provides the support.
Yeah.
Well, they kind of move
Goal number 2, residents experience. We decided to just put a high quality of life instead of an attractive and welcoming community. And with that, for the strategies, maintain high quality customer service and safety, because quality of life just doesn't mean like the amenities the city is able to provide. It's also the safety too that police department provides as well. And then for the second one, we decided to replace it with maintain, enhance, and expand community hubs. So that includes all your green space and communities,
Green
parks,
space, parks and
library,
recs.
all of that.
I think it's essentially the same thing, that they were just saying,
It's
It
pretty different.
it needs to, like, if they're gonna cascade down, it has to go into the different departments, and so they said, maintain high quality customer service and safety, and plus they said that there are metrics that were already, there are mechanisms already in place to measure that. And then the maintain, enhance, and expand community hubs, like the library, the parks, where these community hubs are, they have departments that are there to exactly do that.
Well,
So-
it allows you an opportunity through measurables to maintain, enhance, or expand on those type of facilities.
Right.
Yes, and then, we had to finish this one off.
Go ahead. Because we know how to do it.
Never came to play.
Successive measures, receive progress reports from chamber and other economic development.
Who are actually doing the promoting of
We're
the,
retired.
activities. You guys didn't quite get to there.
You didn't do that.
That one we didn't, but we were more detailed with the annual review.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay.
And
I'm sorry. The annual review goes with the ordinances and historic ordinances and policies.
All of these are going to fall into the annual review.
Of course they are. Of course they are. Yeah.
Why are you shooting away?
Go ahead.
Okay.
And then the last one is, work order, police department reports, monthly reports on departments and liaisons.
That's to the quality of life.
Right. Because they feel like these are mechanisms that they could use for mechanisms, just to know what's been going on, right? So what do you guys think about those things?
I think we're pretty much on the same.
Are these expectations doable?
Well,
Yes.
they are, but as you're writing them down, as you're talking about it, I mean, it's just like, okay, this is a good use, but I just make sure that we're all on the same page. was talking about myself, I want to identify me because we're gonna be accountable for it. But overall, I mean, yeah, I think it's doable, but actually do it alone.
Get out of here.
No, oh, yeah.
No.
No, that's why you have your department heads that are responsible for these areas.
Right, and it has to be, like you guys are setting direction, but at the same time, the next level of this becomes operational, right? And that should then cascade into the department's plans, because they're doing the things that support the direction you want them to take, right?
And it's not at just the high department, it's for like wastewater treatment plant. They need to lay out wastewater treatment plant thing, because they're the ones that's doing the job day in, day out and everything. And because they're the ones that are gonna know. Same with water, JJ.
Yeah.
But it's not at John's level, it's gotta get down to that level.
But it comes,
Well, I know, yeah, but I mean,
right,
but that's what's gotta be understood is that those people have to have a say.
right.
Because if they have no buy-in on it, they're not gonna
Yeah.
care.
And the nice thing too is once you have an operational layer, then that means any initiatives, any projects, you need to be able to know exactly where they fit
Correct.
into these plans. Because if not, it's like, well, then why are you doing it? Because you're consuming resources that don't support the plan, right? And I think it also creates ownership, as like you said, for every employee, whatever work they're doing,
They see how it ties in.
they can see how it ties in. But we're not going into the weeds,
No, no,
right?
no.
But within those departmental plans, you can, because you have to be able to give directions to the staff. But it helps for them to see a high level plan because they can see how their work
Ties into the big picture.
ties in and is contributing to the success of the plans, right? And if you don't have some mechanisms, like you said, for that accountability, those progress reports, you know, the completion rates, you don't know if you've been effective, right? And I'll tell you that success measures are usually where people skip. And they're like, I don't know how to measure it. You need to figure out what that is. Because without it, if no one keeps scoring, you know, it's like playing basketball, there's no scoring. How does anybody know
Well, you know,
if you're effective?
yeah, when you talk about staff, again, it's our responsibility to give this to our level of staff. And it's our responsibility to encourage a culture between ours, so they can filter it down. And the measurables are, if we start losing key staff members, then there's a breakdown in the communication
Yes.
at that level, and you hold the person accountable to us, responsible for not instilling that culture down there. So it's not our place to go down and talk to JJ, but it's our place to ensure that John gets the message across how we want that culture shift to get down, and how he manages it down, be it him, be it Ricky, be it
Correct.
whatever.
Right.
They have to manage that, and those are measurables on the how you staff response, how you staff works, the overall morale or whatever. Those are measurables that come back up the food chain.
And the other thing to keep in mind too, is a lot of times people say, well, where do KPIs fit into all this? I'm like, KPIs are typically operational,
Right.
okay? So on a high level, what are you guys looking for, right? When you cascade it down, there are KPIs, those KPIs are driving what we call key results.
Yep.
Okay, you only want a few key results. Operationally, you can have a dozen KPIs because that's, for that department, they have to have a more definitive way of measuring their outcomes. But the KPIs have to drive the bigger goals that you have, right? So that's why we don't usually focus in on the KPIs necessarily, because there's too many.
Right.
And it's not your job to manage that, it's the operational.
That's what I wanted to
leader's
say,
job
is we
to
say
do
with
that.
this, but
Correct.
we
Yeah.
establish we're basically establishing a culture where we want it filtered on down.
Yeah.
And the measurables come back.
Right, staff, they need to have a particular way that you're going to rate their performance. And that's where those KPIs come in.
Yes,
Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so that's where we are right now. So how are you feeling about the goals, the strategies? I feel wonderful. Sounds like the start of a song. Okay, all right, now, the things that we did not really get into, those high priority items and resource concerns, those might be things that can be addressed from the, city side of it. I'm curious though, when it comes to the high priority things for each priority area, do you want that to cascade down to Leroy? Or do you wanna call out some specific things that you would like to see as priority action items to complete in the first 12 months or 18 months? And I know, Mayor, you were saying it depends on resources.
right.
So,
That's the holdback on a lot of things. We look at it, we look at the CIP, okay, what do we have available? What are realistically we can get done? Or are we talking about something that we can realistically do in this fiscal year, or is it something that will take years of planning or 2 years to do it? And we gotta look at that, and look at all our resources that go down. I wanna make sure that as the city administrator, the city council has 4 city officers to report to the council now. City administrator, city secretary, chief of police, director of public works. So those are the 4 big. Every other employee reports to one of those 4 through the council.
okay.
Now, the city administrator leads the administrative role for all of them. But operational wise, it's 4 pages. So, while Leroy, and we had this talk, needs to be informed on everything, try to lighten his load a little bit to keep operations with the other side. So that's what we're working with on this too. Right? That's that right way? So, but yes,
I
I don't know how we
want
want
to
to
clarify
do
that, because I'm not sure that I entirely understand. So if I heard you correctly,
sure.
then of the 4 main figures that we have,
Uh-huh.
right, that are city staff, then we've got,
Please.
yeah, so we've got police chief, there's Leroy,
Public
Public
Works,
Works, yeah, so John, and then Deborah.
and city secretary,
Right.
that's correct.
So we've got those 4. Leroy is responsible for being the head over everyone, so he's 1 step above, is that right?
Literally first among equals, if
Okay.
you use that term.
The airport reports to Leroy.
Okay, alright, so we've got that. So, if I've heard you correctly, is the implication of what you're saying next is that you wanna take burden off of Leroy or off of either John, Deborah, or Jim? Okay, okay.
We just,
right.
what we
Make sure
did,
we can-
we shifted the public works department from directly under the authority of the
Yeah.
administrator to put it under the authority of the city council. So it's responsible direct to city council. However, Leroy is still the administrative head of everything.
As far as day-to-day ultimately,
The man of an
all
office.
for, yes, of course, you guys.
Exact position.
Deborah's role is a lot of that's covered by the local government code.
Basically,
Yeah.
okay.
But anyway, I just wanted to make that,
Yeah.
so you what our level is.
Okay, and I also want to understand, so I'll just tell you that because I want to make sure that we understand what the next steps are,
Yes,
okay? With other organizations, usually what I do after this is I do a couple of things. I create a 1-page plan. And the and I look at the 1 page as being the napkin version of the strategic plan. So that it's easy for the public to see it. If it was on your website, all it would have the 4 priority areas. It would have the purpose statement, the goals, and the strategies, that's it. Okay, so that's bare bones. But it's an easy piece to communicate. And you can explain to people what's included in that, but you're not taking them through the weeds,
Right.
okay? It's meant to be high level as a communication piece. But there needs to be more than that than just the one page. So the one page, like I said, is the most simplistic version of this plan. Public facing, but also just for the staff overall, they can see the goals side by side. Makes sense, right? Shouldn't sound duplicative and very distinctive, like rooms of the house, we get it. Does it outline all initiatives? No, it's not meant to do that. It's just high level, this is our direction. The other piece that I usually develop is what I call a blueprint. And the blueprint, it still is high level. But what it does is it will list the goals, will list the strategies. It would list maybe some, like, it would list the success measures. Okay, because it's saying this is how we're gonna be measuring and monitoring. It may also include high priority items that we wanna see come out in the first year. Okay? So that it's giving direction to the staff from this leadership team, what they would consider to be the most high priority things that they want to do. So that's those 3 improvements, or whatever it is. And so I can create that blueprint, keep it blank for Leroy and maybe his department heads to put that in. And maybe there's also a way that you prioritize them. Okay? So this is, highest, so that, because again, it's about resource allocation, okay? And leave it at that. And that would be the end of what I do, knowing that the next step is you have to create an operation. I love that plan. So, so that you can then begin to coordinate and know what's going on. Every department is gonna create their own plan.
Correct.
Okay,
Of how they're gonna execute our stuff.
right. But that would be coordinated and orchestrated by Leroy and Public Works and the police department and any of your, who else you have as your department heads, right? And their job is to then put together what their, and do you have a time frame for when your year starts?
Fiscal
Is it
year,
October?
October 1.
Okay, so here's how you can look at this, because this is perfect timing, okay? Because do you normally have a budget?
We're going through the workshop right now.
Yes,
We have another
that's our next one
about
at 3.
today.
Got it, okay. So what I like about that, because this says 26 to 29, is that your FY 26 or is that your FY
27.
27, okay.
We're working on
So
27.
So then what we will do is we will say that this is 27 to 30, okay? So it's really 27 to 30,
Right.
okay? And think of this period of time between, yes, you're gonna get a final version of this, you'll get that next week, like I said, 1 page, and the blueprint, high level, that will include some of the other pieces that are not gonna be in the 1 page, because it's really more internal. Leave space for the highest priority action items, so if there's some key initiatives or things that, Leroy, you and the department heads feel like, okay, out of what we heard and based on our work, these are the areas we're gonna concentrate on first, because it's a 3-year plan. We just wanna know, like, what are the big rocks, okay? Of focus for the next 12 months. And that would officially start October 1, right? That now you're going through budgeting, and from budgeting, you probably create operational plans that you have the budget to do. And so that then becomes the cascading effect. Does that make sense? Okay, so what I'm gonna give you then is a blueprint, 1 page.
Once we have that blueprint, for me, I would want some assistance and maybe facilitate with our department directors.
Yeah.
Kind of the same concept, but now we have the priorities with the council. How do we implement that? How can we make sure that we're all on the same page? But I feel like having somebody like you, the outside, can facilitate that, but that's going to be beneficial. So,
Well, and that's something you can think about, because part of the contract, and you have to decide how you wanna do this. It was supposed to be 2 times on site, okay? Now, the way the contract was written, that can change, was that, you're off and running, and I need to come back in 6 months, 4 months, whatever the time frame is, just to make sure they'll actually get, we've taken flight. Okay? Because it was to ensure that we didn't do this exercise and nothing happened. If you would rather use that time to say, okay, now let's bring together the different department heads, and underneath each of these, let's figure out what those high priority items is, so that we've got some clear priorities for them to go and build their operational plan to support it, okay? But that's fine,
I'd allow it, Leroy.
thank you.
okay?
I think that'd be very beneficial.
Right, so you're saying the support really is for the next layer to say, where do we go from here?
So then my question is, what measure are we gonna use on our end to have someone from the outside actually follow up and say, hey, 4 or 6 months ago, you guys said that you were gonna do these things in these ways. So you're not gonna be here, what replacement do we have for that?
And I still could, I'm just saying,
We can modify our contract.
right, and you can always do that, you don't have to, so if you modify that next onsite to be with the department heads, okay? But let's say that you want a 6-month review of that plan, so if it starts October, November, December, January, February, March, April, you should be doing an interim to say, where are we?
Yeah.
But it's not just where are we on this, like, are we actually doing these things? But it's also a chance for you to do a review operationally, right? And I think getting their feedback to you prior to you doing that on site would give you a clear indication of whether or not executing. Yeah, because operationally, they're the executors.
Yeah.
On a shorter time frame of 12 months, we said we're gonna focus on these things, right? Where are we 6 months in?
Yeah.
And you're looking at these things and saying, and yours is that, but operationally, they have a different layer of things that they're working on, right? So you're kind of checking for alignment. So I think you would still do that, but you can say, hey, we want you to come back in April or March of next year, because we really want to evaluate our progress. Yes, but it sounds like you need the second onsite to be more in helping the department heads take this and figure out, what are we doing next? And we could do that next month. Once you get these, just the blueprint and the 1 page with the new vision and mission statement, you need to approve it, because that basically says we've adopted this. And the next step would be for that department, those department heads, to then think, okay, how do I take my plan of work? And what are gonna be the high priority items that fit into each of these priorities that I need to go back and build a plan for my team to deliver on?
So my question on that to Councilwoman Leroy is, when that happens, like Public Works, do we want just Don and Ricky there, or should we have each of the head person for each something
What?
to learn how to do
Chapter number one.
KPIs and everything like
I
that?
would rather have the department heads as well as the superintendent, because the superintendents are the ones on the ground.
That's why I'm asking, or is it, because I just didn't know if you wanna do it that way, or we're gonna do the trainer routine.
Or is it all good together? Just
That's why I'm asking, so that we set it up for success.
Yeah, and I think if we did that, then how we would structure that, and just giving them their own worksheets, it would be a little different, because we're thinking of it another layer down. right? So in each of these priority areas that we've defined, we need to figure out like what are the high priority things, and maybe we look at it by department. And they're all identifying that, and they should also be thinking about what, when we talked about looking at the, resource considerations, implementation challenges, because that has to be addressed.
Yeah.
And so for them to be able to say, well, this is what we consider to be challenges that we have, because it's staffing, it's money, whatever it is, right? And if you wanted to pull out from them KPIs, and I'd say overarching, because to me there's layers of KPIs, right? But what would you be for each of those departments? And maybe already have things that they're using that are still good, that they wanna continue to use KPIs.
I can't wait anymore. What is a KPI?
Key performance indicator.
What?
Key performance indicator
Indicator.
Okay.
is how they measure their success for doing their job.
So, right, okay, so like for instance, when I work with associations, they may have a key result, which is membership retention rate. They may also have a membership revenue. Okay. But the KPIs are gonna say, okay, maybe they have number of new members that they've recruited. They have dues recorded by type of member. They have other types of cascading KPIs that they think really affect that, but they gotta look at it in a more narrow way.
Sure.
Because they're all pieces of getting that revenue, right?
Okay.
And that's fine. But on a high level, I really only care about those main measurements.
Sure.
But my staff may have to have, by the salesperson, he's gotta have his KPIs. My engagement coordinator's gotta
Right.
have his or her, right? And they're all driving that big number, right? But I think for your department staff, having what those key performance indicators are that are the most important, and you don't need many of them. You just need the right ones.
Right. That's the hard part.
That's the hard part. Like even when you do this, you didn't have it here, but you had it, the annual staff satisfaction survey. You could have a net promoter score as one of the KPIs. Okay? And the question is, how likely are you to recommend a peer or a friend to work for the city? Okay, and if it's a 9 or a 10, the answer is they're happy enough and they would tell somebody else to work here. If they give you a 1 to 6, they're telling everybody not to go work here.
Right.
Okay, that's more than satisfaction.
Yeah.
And that promoter score measures loyalty. Okay, right? So you can look at lots of weird things, but you might say the NPS in that survey is the most important indicator. Okay? Because if it's low, you're in trouble. You're gonna be reports on Glassdoor about working for the city.
Yeah.
Okay? Does that help? Okay, so we agreed then that I'm gonna give you those 2 final documents, and you're gonna approve the mission, vision, priority areas, objective strategies. That's it. And the next step you would like to see is something with the next layer of staff in a working session. And the same thing, you can decide if you want to do half day, or
We'll talk about that.
So,
and it would be dedicated to really helping them to, not their full plan, just to give them some direction of how they're gonna focus.
and forgive my ignorance.
Go ahead.
KPIs, performance reviews, it flows right into that.
Sure.
And I'm not privy, I don't know how superintendents and those folks, how their performance reviews are set up.
I don't either, but I would hope that they do at least annual ones.
Everybody.
And I would hope that the time frame to do it is probably around August,
Right.
July,
So then, this year's October, if we're gonna establish KPIs down to the superintendent level, collectively, we do that.
Well, the
For
interest,
next year.
the interesting part is, I understand going through that, but in many ways, we should already have
Yes, we
something
should,
set up.
yeah, you're right.
And at least 3 of the supervisors, 4 of the supervisors of Public Works, as part of their licensing requirements, they've been through management and advanced management classes. So it's not that they don't know, it's just they've been held accountable. So it's working through that to make sure that everybody understands the responsibility and accountability for what positions are and working through the process.
Right.
Okay. It's not that in many cases not aware, it's just that they haven't had the response.
Right.
In my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's okay, we can work through that.
Yeah, I think about it, like every department should have a few APIs, like you said.
Sure, absolutely.
You know, like you said,
Well,
you've got,
shouldn't the role itself.
yes, I was gonna get there.
Okay.
I'm just saying, like, for instance, you have the front office group, and you said that you do have customer service, reports or
Sure.
evaluations, whatever it is, okay? So, department has specific KPIs,
Right,
okay? Like,
well, each utility, let me back up, let me make this, each utility has certain regulatory requirements.
absolutely,
So those are measurable, where if someone doesn't meet it and you become an enforcement action, that's a performance indicator.
right,
Okay, for example.
Yeah.
So there's certain things that are built in.
yes.
It's just reminding and bringing those up and making accountability.
Right, right, but so I'm saying every department should have its own overarching
Yes.
KPIs.
Yes.
And usually they're no more than 3 or 4,
Right.
okay? But for every role that you have, they should have their own KPIs. And that's what the performance reviews are based on.
Sure.
Because for each of those positions, they need to know what success looks like.
Yes.
And it's based on role KPIs, but the department has overarching ones, and every role should be helping to develop.
KPIs/goals, and then
Absolutely.
there should be a stretch.
Well, you see.
You know what I mean? Like,
Well, and normally when you do your performance review, you're either meeting or exceeding or not meeting.
Right, it's
And that
generally
would
very
then
simple.
determine, the stretch goal would be the exceed. But if you don't have the actual thing you're supposed to hit,
Right.
you don't know if they're exceeding it or not.
That's correct.
agreed.
Right? So you're right, but with this group, this next layer, I think the focus is going to be on department KPIs. What they would then go off and do are those individuals, that's not something we should be doing in the next
Right,
workshop.
right.
Okay, all right, so, doing okay?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you think the process went for you?
I'm very happy, I'm glad overall, for everyone that had the interaction we did. I was really hopeful we'd be able to have that. So I think this has been a success.
And do you think having the upfront work done, was that helpful? That you have someone to work with?
It helped guide a lot of the conversation.
Okay, even though, like I said, you still had the liberty of changing anything
What do you think?
so that it felt better.
We changed some.
Yeah,
Of course, but it helped guide the conversation. So,
and was there anything missing, or do you think that we could have done that?
used to?
No.
I mean, I only turned to you because a year ago you were driving some of this stuff, and I think it's good that we did this, but I just want to ask you for feedback or your thought on the process.
I think it was great. I think, when we collectively combine these documents, we have a place to start moving forward. Are you holding your hand up?
You didn't have to stop.
Okay, wait, what?
You didn't have to stop.
She's gonna go next.
But, and again, I don't think we have KPIs, performance metrics for, at the level we need. Meaning, and that's in for the city, because if we can't create accountability, then what are we making? And so that's challenging, so this last part especially, is great. We need to.
Okay, so having these
Yes,
success measures, okay. What I thought you were saying, and I've worked with some groups that have said, we want something more definitive. like, I worked like with the Illinois State Chamber, and their board said, we wanna set revenue targets. No, that's what they said. You know, we want a diversified revenue, but we want to say that within 3 to 5 years, whatever the time frame is, we want to be able to set something so that we know we're on our way. Aspirational might be, but we need to have something that's a little more definitive. And so we did that, you know? Like, for instance, like I worked with the Irving Chamber, and they said, they do mostly advocacy. They said, we want to set an aspirational goal that says 70% of our advocacy initiatives were achieved. Whether it was to defeat something, or whether it was to support something. Our batting average is 70%. Okay. Well, that makes that challenge for the staff, you know, but they wanted that. So like if you wanted to say something like a percentage of your public works initiatives are achieved, you could do that. That would be a high level KPI that you would build into the plan. But I'm not hearing you say that. I mean, I think the measures that you guys have set up, where you're evaluating, monitoring, are more governance related, they're more oversight and accountability related, rather than saying it's these hard numbers. Okay?
Yeah, 30,000.
I think.
You kept it at the 30,000 without necessarily creating an expectation that may be unrealistic operationally to achieve.
Well, we wanna get this, so we can make this here, and it will filter down through the ranks to, at least in my mind, change the culture for
Yes.
accountability.
And you can do that. You can
Okay.
do that internally.
Not I wanna, well, that one was supposed to do that, or that one was supposed to do that. So it's, I'm not faulting anybody, it's just, and I'm not faulting the leadership that it was. I'm just saying, trying to change that culture that we're a service related industry.
I know.
Customer services are key within the realm of the rules and responsibilities that we delegate on down the line.
Right.
And I look at something like this as a tool for us to be able to.
Yeah.
Lead by example.
It's a tool. Now, when it comes to Net Promoter Score, there's a lot of statistical information, okay? Because in a Net Promoter Score, 9s and 10s, if people are rating, let's say, how likely are you to recommend someone work in the city, right? The Likert scale is 1 to 10. 9s and 10s are promoters.
Yeah.
Okay? 1 to 6s, we call detractors, not a fan. 7 and 8 don't count, because people are considered to be on the fence. If they don't like you enough to give you a 9, don't like you enough to give you a 6, then they're riding in the middle. And the middle is actually not 5, it's 7 to 8. So when you calculate Net Promoter Score, let's say you have 100 employees. Okay, 50 of them give us a 9 or a 10. But let's say the other 30 give you a 1 to a 6. Your Net Promoter Score is 20. Because you have to subtract detractors from promoters.
Right.
And the middle doesn't count. 20 is considered a low Net Promoter Score. Hitting 40 to 50 is considered high performing. Okay. There is no way you're gonna hit 100 unless you had 100 employees say 9 or 10 and nobody gave you anything lower. That's probably not gonna happen. Okay?
What you wanna do is continue to build that culture that people want to be.
Want to be here,
It's
right?
more than just a paycheck, because it just becomes a paycheck job, it's kinda like, that's
Right.
not what you want to instill.
No,
You want to be here because they want to be here.
right. And Apple's Net Promoter Score is 70. That is considered very high.
Really?
Very high. But that means they have 30%
Right.
of their customers who are not happy, right? Okay? But 70 is considered extremely high because of the improbability of getting.
I'm sorry,
Does that
Valerie,
make sense?
did you have?
I'm no longer.
Oh, I.
Uh-oh.
No, we're good. Between the conversation.
I didn't.
Yeah, but I'm not saying that you can't set firm KPIs. Well, you probably should.
Sure.
Because if you're gonna strive for accountability, the accountability is not just with you monitoring,
Right.
evaluating, it's performance. And the performance really
Well,
falls.
it's not to say that it would be part of it, it's based on the individual requirements, goals and objectives of that part of it.
Exactly. That's why I
It's
said,
directional though at best, because the human condition is fit. Depending on which way we.
But for this kind of stuff, if we let them have buy-in, they'll be more, the statistic is they're more prone to be proactive about it
yes,
than us turning around, all right, we need to do X, Y, Z.
right.
You know, if they have buy-in, they have a say of, okay, well, this is what we need to measure, they'll be more receptive to it.
I call it ownership pride, you know,
Yes.
it's still
Oh,
there,
yes.
and everyone understands.
I totally agree.
That's why I was asking the question about, you know, having the superintendent.
Right,
sure.
And that's why what you were suggesting with having, you know, something out to the public, right, the invitation to know and to provide feedback is important. You can't make them do it. But everybody who has a chance to weigh in is more likely to buy.
Yes,
So you're just creating the opportunity for them to weigh in. You can't make them do it. Okay. All right, so this is where we ended. We're still ahead of schedule. Any other questions, comments? Okay.
Thank you very much.
And three, so we should at least get a little bit of a break before that. Okay, now I'm gonna take these.
oh, I'd like to adjourn this meeting at 1:23 P.M. Thank you. Ready? Wait.